Yo. We're here. Are you guys ready? Enjoy the loading screen. Looks like the video's up. The content's here, guys. I love content. Let's get down to business. It's blog time. It's content time. It's YouTube slop time. Okay. Yo. Dude, did the thief mains get trolled? That is the question. Did the thief mains get trolled? Honestly, maybe yes.
With artifacts and remnants of the past, all ripe for the picking.
Oh boy.
A collector of sorts. The Antiquary has
summon the SKRITT, guys.
To give them the upper hand.
Very nice.
Make a profit. Send a SKRITT to
SKRITT, guys.
Stealing random artifacts from your enemy.
Very nice.
A valuable skill. Will you rock out to confuse your opponent? Will you leap up and bring the hammer down?
SKRITT hammer.
Will let a dancer taunt your enemies?
SKRITT hollow dancer.
Artifacts you manage to steal or borrow, a good antiquary will always find a good use for their plunder.
Very nice. Very nice.
Long practiced in Campa, ritualists summon forth spirits from the mists, granting boons and sowing chaos on the battlefield.
Ooh.
Shroud yourself with the ritual knowledge of the past. Summon spirits
to
aid you in battle. Mark an enemy, seal their fate. The spirit of anguish will send volley after volley to deal increased damage to
volley after volley.
Daze your
yeah, a bit like Renegade. Bit of a Renegade situation over there.
Enemies with the spirit of wanderlust as it slams the ground, knocking your enemies to the ground.
Okay.
And as your allies fight beside you, grant them boons and heal their wounds with the spirit of preservation.
Wow.
Summon and channel otherworldly entities. As a ritualist, you will gain a deeper understanding for the spirits of Tyria. Their chants echo across the sands of Alone, reaching friend and foe alike. The
Paragon. And they're just calling it Paragon, which is kind of interesting.
Pillars of protection, channeling their adrenaline to bolster their allies and demoralize their enemies. Let your voice
I like how they basically have him doing like the same animation 50 times.
Ring out as you support and bolster your allies around
Boom.
you. Protect them with a barrier to help them defend against oncoming attacks, absorbing damage meant for allies for a short time. Chant of freedom to break, stun, and give your allies a speed bonus. As a Paragon, you seek to protect your allies and motivate them to break through their limitations, to fight onward. Be the voice that stirs inspiration as it echoes across the desert sands.
Very nice. Shout Wizard. Okay, let's see. We will do proper slop for all of this, guys. Let's take a look. SKRITT happens. The balance of black market trade and above-board commerce in Lion's Arch has tipped towards legitimacy in recent years, and the Captain's Council has banded together with several smaller factions to claim a peace in the Tyrian Alliance. But the discovery of Janthiri artifacts has started a gold rush, as explorers hustle to procure rare and valuable items that no living culture can lay claim to. The somewhat euphemistically titled antiquaries pride themselves on their scholarly appreciation for the artifacts they acquire. Many even keep a few in their private collections. Okay, blah, blah, blah. What does it do? No longer stealing for material need, purely doing so for the fun of it. With the help of their loyal SKRITT, antiquaries can plunder precious artifacts from their opponents and turn their random spoils into improvised weapons. Allowing them... Okay, what's this then? Antiquaries can even break the rules of regular combat. allowing them to reverse a dire situation or at the very least take themselves and their opponents out in a blaze of glory. Bro, what? Like, guys, like what are they suggesting here? Like what is it, like suicide wizard? Like what is this? Like you just go in and like explode? Like what is this spec? Like, you're like what are they what are they suggesting here? You just like go in there and like detonate. Like this is a very weird description of a skill. God damn, guys, like that's something. Acquire new artifacts with the skill Pilfer, which replaces steal. Summoning a SKRITT assistant from underground to plunder your target. After a successful Pilfer, instead of stolen skills, Antiquaries get the chance of using one of two randomly selected artifacts from across Tyria. These artifacts range from a Cryptist turret that fires automatically at nearby enemies to a Chak organ that produces a shield, protecting you from incoming projectiles. Traits give you a finer control of the artifacts you receive, from guaranteeing you'll get one offensive and one defensive artifact each time you Pilfer, to re-rolling your artifacts for new ones at the cost of initiative. Oh, that's pretty cool, actually. That's actually a very interesting mechanic. I knew they'd do something like that to like make it not totally random. Double Edge. The Antiquary's new skill category consists of a set of abilities that can be used repeatedly even while on cooldown. The catch, there's a chance for the skill to backfire when used while still cooling down, often with detrimental effects to the user. Man, you know what's funny about this? Stuff like this can be unbelievably frustrating, like both ways, by the way. Because if they high roll, this is like horrible, right? This is going to feel unbelievably awful. But if you use it once and it backfires, it's just absolute despair. Like, I think there's stuff like this I think is really hard to tune. Because if it's like a low chance, it's going to be incredibly unfun to play against. But if it's like a high chance, it's like you're never doing it, right? Like you're never going to press it, which is pretty interesting. The chance of the skill backfiring decreases the closer it gets to completing its cooldown. So players who are more risk-averse may want to wait a little while longer before attempting to use a double-edged skill again. That's actually it's a cool design, but yeah, that could be really, really obnoxious, to be honest. We'll have to see how that is, how that goes. But yeah, I guess that's what they're talking about with like they take themselves out in a blaze of glory. You just get in there and just pop the double edges and just go crazy. Necromancy and ritualism have long been considered separate disciplines, but as an open hostility between the Speakers and the Jade Brotherhood cools and Cantha becomes one of the Tyrian Alliance's strongest pillars, ritualists have formed ties with necromantic communities. Heavy inspiration from its Guild Wars counterpart. More details, but our design goal was to capture the key elements of the profession and translate them into Guild Wars 2. And to achieve that, we start with spirits. Depending on their skill and trait selections, we expect ritualists will be able to specialize in supporter builds or aggressive power focus builds. That's actually really good. I feel like that'll be pretty cool. So this is actually going to be like a potential, well, I was going to say like a potential ranged power build, but there's no weapons. That's not really the case. It's going to be like a power build that has some range components to it. Spirits will be summoned while in Ritualist Shroud, and the Ritualists will also gain access to weapon spells as their utility type. For those who aren't familiar with weapon spells from Guild Wars 2, they're shareable beneficial effects. Yeah, this is unique mods. So these could actually be like very busted. Bear that in mind, guys. These could be extremely busted. While weapon spells were ally targeted skills in Guild Wars 2 they behave a bit differently. The Ritualists will always receive the full effect of the skill, up to 4 nearby allies will receive the effect at a reduced amount. For example, one skill may last for 5 seconds on the Ritualists and 3 seconds on their allies. Do they give us an example of that, of the weapon skill actually? Ooh, they don't. They're teasing us, guys. They're teasing us here. Yeah. Unique buffs? What? Yeah, I mean, look, he would not have liked that, guys. He would not have enjoyed that. Anguish, Wanderlust, and Preservation. The Ritualist Shroud behaves similarly to the Necromancer. It's fueled by life force, and damage taken drains the life force pool. So it's very similar to regular Shroud then. Once life force is fully drained, the player will exit their Shroud. Inside the Ritualist Shroud, Ritualists will have access to 3 skills that summon spirits. Anguish, Wanderlust, and Preservation. Each of these skills has initial effect activated by the Ritualist, after which the spirit will appear. When a spirit is summoned, it performs a powerful attack before lingering in a more passive state. During that time, the spirit will periodically attack nearby enemies. These attacks can be focused on a specific enemy by targeting that enemy with the Shroud's basic attack. Otherwise, the spirits will simply attack an enemy that is in range. Spirits will usually disappear when exiting Shroud. However, there's a trait that allows them to stick around longer for a cost. For example, when activating Anguish, the Ritualist performs an initial strike on the target that inflicts cripple and vulnerability and marks the target to take additional damage from your summoned creatures, including minions. Log in. When Anguish is summoned, it fires a barrage of projectiles at the target that deal additional damage against controlled enemies and for each condition. By the way, that's exactly how it worked in Guild Wars 1. I believe Anguish deals double damage against hexed foes, right? Which is kind of like the condition, kind of like the, you know, CC and condition analog, right, in Guild Wars 2. There's a lot more to cover about the Ritualist Shroud, as well as some other trait interactions and the weapon skill utilities. So be sure to tune into the stream on Friday. Yeah, look, I was going to skip it, but now we have to see it. The Paragon, unrelenting protectors. Ilona, land of the golden sun. A once opulent dynasty and a triune of nations scarred by war, pestilence, and the machinations of divines and dragons over the centuries. In times of crisis, the nations of Ilona could count on its most steadfast and inspiring of warriors, the Paragons, to serve as an unyielding phalanx against their foes without and within. Okay. Conjuring golden ethereal wings and shouting bolstering chants and commands to empower their allies. The spears were introduced in Jantu Wads. I've already brought one of the Paragon's key aspects to warriors. The elite spec further delves into their role as commanders and defenders of Ilona, granting them the ability to bolster allies and aid allies around them with chants and commands. Their presence is so powerful that they can, in a moment of dire need, command their allies to not die. The "we will never yield" elite prevents the Paragon and their allies from falling below 0 health for a short time. What's actually interesting about this, by the way, guys, this is actually sometimes better than Distortion, by the way. This could be extremely broken. Or like massively game breaking, because Distort, okay, so there's like 2 types of effect that do this. You have like this is what the Rev Heal one. So the Rev Heal basically says any damage you take, you get back. And this is kind of that, but without the you get it back, right? It's basically saying that any damage doesn't do anything to you once you get to a certain HP, which is 1, right? 1 HP. So there's actually going to be some situations where this is actually more broken than Distort Share. This is an unbelievably strong effect. I assume that's the elite. Oh yeah, it is the elite skill. And dude, I mean, like, again, like I'm saying, like this is, again, sometimes more broken than Distortion. Because, like, Ceres is actually a good example of this. Because Ceres actually does some damage through Distort. Like, Invuln won't save you from certain things. And, you know, will not, you know, won't. And this is true of, like, in raid strikes and so on. Like, Invuln won't save you from every attack. This will. This will actually save you from attacks that sometimes go through invulnerability style effects. Like, this is, like, turbo strong. Obviously in other game modes too, right? Like really nifty in World vs. World, very nifty in PvP too. But yeah, in PvE, this is like an insanely good ability. So we'll have to see like what the duration is and like what the cooldown is on that. That's for sure. Paragons build up motivation, a new resource whenever they use a burst skill. In addition to level 1 weapon burst, Paragons gain access to chance, special burst skills that are available regardless of the weapon equipped. Yeah, this is actually a really good sign. Like, Warrior has always kind of struggled with this a little bit because it's only ever had an F1 and an F2. I think we're basically going to see an F1, an F2, an F3, and an F4 here. Maybe even an F5. For Warrior, which is a big deal. Like, particularly for kind of support-oriented Warrior builds, like the Profession mechanic hasn't really been there. The reason why Heal Berserker and especially Heal Bladesworn have always been weird is because they haven't had, like, enough mechanics to interact with support-oriented stuff. This will address that because you're going to have those extra buttons, basically. Chant skills come in 2 parts. The first part occurs immediately when the skill is used, while the second part, the refrain, is a pulsing beneficial effect. I kind of have this Guild Wars 1 inspiration here. Refrains drain motivation, deactivate when it's depleted. In addition, the effects of the refrain become stronger depending on the current motivation level. Thus, they're most effective when the Paragon stays on the front lines of battle, channeling adrenaline into bursts to keep the motivation high. So yeah, this is like, you have this, you're going to have this, you're going to spam bursts, right? And so you're going to spend adrenaline. Adrenaline is then going to convert into this motivation resource, which you will then spend on maintaining these buffs, basically. Paragons also gain access to commands, which function similarly to shouts, affecting either enemies or allies around them. Furthermore, command skills come with an additional property called an echo. Echo is a secondary effect that triggers a short interval after a command is used, granting additional bonuses. However, echoes can be triggered early by using a burst skill. Ooh, cool interaction, actually. Allowing skilled paragons to strategically time their echo effects to turn the tide of battle. Yeah, so you always get the bonus, but for example, you could even be really smart with this, right? You could, depending on when this triggers on a burst skill cast, it probably, when it finishes casting is when it probably activates. You could basically cast your burst skill, and then right before the burst skill goes off, you could use the shout to immediately get the double effect, or the bonus effect rather, from the echo. So yeah, there's actually some. This actually sounds pretty cool. I think they've done a good job here. Like the design on this sounds good, actually. Yeah. Yeah, okay, like memes aside, that Paragon actually sounds very promising, design-wise, kind of initial thought on that. Same with Ritualist. Yeah, sounds cool. So you go and shroud some little ghosts. And, I like the idea of the weapon skills. That sounds really cool, actually. This is going to be like a really fun hybrid spec, I think. I think they're going to try to make like a... Because, okay, Heal Scourge is really weird. It's like a really weird build. And I think they're really going to be looking to kind of flesh out what they did with Transfusion and Staff and kind of combine it with this. This is probably going to be like the more... They probably want this to be like the... almost like de facto heal necro build. Is I think where they're going with this. Because again, Scourge is just weird now at this point with how it actually works. I think they're going to be kind of going in that direction a little bit. 2 heal necro builds. I mean, like heal binger is not really a thing. It's pretty bad. Like heal scourge is a thing, but it's going to be powered EPS too, right? This is like has a powered EPS build. And yeah, the Antiquary. Look, I'm actually gonna slightly white knight this. I think we should really wait and see. Like, I think especially the trait interactions, the way that this is definitely a slightly more lighthearted spec. For sure. I'm sure the Thief mains would have liked kind of like their weeaboo samurai teleports behind you, nothing personnel kid kind of thing. But I think this is kind of entertaining at the very least. I mean, look at this, guys. Come on, look at this artwork here. You tell like what the SKRITT. Look, the SKRITT is here. The SKRITT is ready to go. Just getting it done, just getting in there, getting the loot, and getting out. Some Indiana Jones kind of meme going on here. Yeah, I think it's kind of fun. It is entertaining. I think we should wait and see the gameplay. And like how it's actually going to play out, like what the traits look like what the abilities do, because they haven't really revealed. They don't really give too much away here, right? They're holding it pretty close to the chest. So we'll have to see what's going to go on with this one and how the gameplay is actually going to go. Why is the icon card? I'm not really sure where the cards idea is coming from, to be honest. Like, some of the icons for these are weird. Like, Ritualist, I guess I kind of get it. Like, the Paragon icon is weird. Because, like, even in their own artwork, this guy isn't wearing a helmet. Because Paragons in Guild Wars 1 don't wear helmets. Right? Or at least when they do wear helmets, they wear open-faced helmets. So it's obviously like a minor nitpick, obviously, but it is some of the icons are weird. Same with like the Luminary. The Luminary icon is just bizarre. Like, why is it a shield instead of like the actual imagery associated with the spec, which is obviously the torch, right? Like the brazier, like the flame, the sacred flame that they're pulling around. It's very weird. With how they've gone about doing this. Yeah, same with the cards. Like, the cards are like not relevant to the spec at all, which I don't know. I don't have to tell you. It's just the way it is. I mean, that's it is what it is, my friends. The SKRITT of diamonds. Luminary probably should have been a lantern, yeah. I'm not really sure what's what's going on there, but it is what it is. Thief icon, a bag of gold. Well, yeah, I guess it's like supposed to be like the collection thing, right? Like the collection icon. Some people were saying in chat. But dude, I do like the artwork. The artwork is so good for all of these, to be honest. I mean, look at this guy. This great. He looks very pleased with himself. He's like, listen, here, take it. Take this thing that I got for you. He's having a good time. The SKRITT is pumping. Pretty cool, kind of a ritualist type character here, the Azura. Very cool. And yeah, you can see the Necro summoning the little spirits there, sending out their little attacks. And the Paragon artwork, yeah, this looks very cool. You know, it's funny. Like they obviously tried to make this character in the trailer, but bro, I'm sorry, Norn is so fucking goofy. Okay, like it. Oh no. This is like, this guy looks super badass, or he's like super serious. He doesn't skip leg day, and you get the fucking Norn in Guild Wars 2, bro. Like, oh, it's kind of like a gacha moment almost. Like this is, I think ANTIQUARY might have to unban gacha Muchi. Because that's kind of what's going on here, you know? This is definitely a kind of gacha spec situation here. Gachi Hyper. I also do like that, like, I mean, to be fair, right? Like, Paragons do shout a lot, but do you guys find it funny that, like, the only animation he's doing is, like, the Giga shout, right? So, look, let's get, how many times do they play this animation? Okay, here we go. Let's count. Here we go. Boom. One animation play. Okay. 2 animation play. 3, another shot. 4, boom, we're doing it again. We got one more. Is he gonna do it again? There it is. 5. Boom. Boom. And then 6. Again. I guess that's the elite skill too, right? That's the don't die elite. 6 is the same shot, including the burst skill. I mean, I think it might be, but to us, I think that kind of makes it better. It makes it more entertaining, if anything else. The wings are nice. Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, I'm memeing, right? I actually think aesthetically it's pretty cool. But I think it's just funny that he's just doing the same, like, Giga shout animation. Boom. Look at that. A quickness spec? Yeah, for sure. I think they'll probably lean a bit towards quickness in general. The thing is that I guess, like, balance-wise, Alacrity would make more sense. Because, like, Quickness Berserker is already a thing and that build works. Whereas Warrior doesn't really have an Alacrity build that works super well. Especially as a healer. But yeah, maybe it will be both. Maybe it will be able to pick Quickness or Alacrity. Huge. Power or Condi? I think it will be power. Although, you know, there's some potential for a little bit of Condi integration, because of course, like, Paragons, you know, kind of interacted with burning and stuff in Guild Wars 1. Alak and Ranger, then Gale Shot got Quickness. Yeah, I think that's, like, very thematic for Gale Shot, though. Like, Gale Shot having Alak would be weird. Gale Shot having Quickness makes a lot of sense. Ritualist looks the coolest. Yeah, Ritualist is, like, very strong thematically, for sure. Get the little spirits, and I think the weapon skills, like, with unique buffs, is gonna be really exciting as well. But do we actually see, like, the player casting a weapon skill? So we can actually see maybe a little bit of what it does. You can see that it applies protection here. Like, boom, there you go, that's protection. And then Aegis is on the cards as well, right? Like, like, the Necro summoned this spirit, and then that applied Aegis to this character. Even 2 pulses of Aegis. You can see there. Bear in mind, stability actually doesn't have a animation, so we won't know if it applies stability, but it's definitely possible that it could. Yeah. Paragon, the winner for you? Simple, thematically consistent, motivation mechanic feels pretty new. Yeah, mechanically, I think the Paragon seems really promising, actually. I'm a big fan of kind of that builder-spender type of design, and honestly, Warrior has room for another layer on top of his existing mechanic, like with Adrenaline. So I think this actually seems mechanically very interesting. 100%, yeah. Pretty cool. And honestly, it should end up like really giving Warrior a very solid kind of support option too, which is nice. Yeah, I would say that Ritualist and Paragon look very interesting, very strong, and like very cool mechanically. This is just so unpredictable though. Like I know that Thief mains are kind of panicking right now, like they're in fear. But I would really recommend kind of waiting and seeing, guys.
Send a SKRITT to pilfer an opponent. Stealing random artifacts from your enemy can be a valuable skill. Will you rock out to confuse your opponent? Will you leap up and bring the hammer down? Or let
oh, it's God tier, so they're forced to play. I mean, look, it definitely will be. They're going to make this busted. You are going to play with the SKRITT, guys. Okay, you are going to play with the SKRITT. You will embrace the SKRITT. I see that Magros has arrived. Wait, what is this? Antiquary looks like an April Fool's. I mean, it kind of does, but man, I don't know. That's kind of based. Like, by far the most lame spec you could imagine. Wow, that's fucking harsh. It says you're stealing with a SKRITT at range and you get stupid items like a hammer, hollow dancing SKRITT e-guitar. Like, what the fuck? Super disappointed, not looking forward anymore. Oh no. This guy is not happy. It doesn't matter if it will be strong. The theme is just too goofy and lame. Oh no. Zero hype from this. The gameplay and traits they'll showcase on Friday better blow me away. Because this seriously bursted my hype balloon. Bro, of course a fucking Thief main has this as his icon, bro. See what I'm talking about? Like, I told you guys, man. It's always... Look at this fucking shit, bro. Look at this. This is what I'm talking about, bro. Like, they need to be mega... Oh, yeah, look, another one, guys, with the haunted helm, or whatever. Somebody pinch me and tell me this is all a bad dream. I thought Luminary was a cobbled together mess. Well, you're literally a SKRITT, bro. You should love this. Antiquary somehow beat it to the bottom of the barrel. Wait, okay, look, I'm not gonna lie, guys. I actually think that Antiquary is gonna be... It's definitely out there. Like, this is... They're going crazy on this one. But how could... Look, guys, we have no information, realistically. Whoever has designed these new specs is painfully incompetent. The names, icons, themes, and gameplay are so disjointed for both Luminary and Antiquary. How could we possibly make that comment? Okay, like, stuff like this is actually insane. Like, how could we possibly make any kind of commentary on this? Like, this early on, right? It's crazy. You honestly love to see it. Wait, the icons? I will admit the icons are a little bit weird. I don't know what happened with the elite spec icons. I'm not really sure what happened with that, but listen, it's a minor detail. Yeah, it is Looney Tuesday. It really is, guys. It absolutely is. I think sometimes there's no replacement for Glizzy R, and then like 50 Tree Congas, and then Looney Tuesday. Didn't you say you wouldn't like it? Well, I didn't say I wouldn't like it. I was just saying it's going to be a bit... I was expecting them not to do that, actually. Not that I had really a strong feelings about it, because there's already achievements in the game. Like, for example, Champion Ritualist is actually a Rev achievement, right, in PvP. I am assuming they're just going to rename those, though. Fair enough. Yeah. Incredible. But yeah, no, I guess I wasn't really expecting them to be like literally called Ritualist and Paragon, because again, like that's kind of already a thing, like within the achievements in the game, right? But I mean, not like a big deal or anything. It's not a problem. It isn't flashy? Well, I mean, I'm not sure I entirely agree with that, right? Like, look at that. It kind of goes hard. And obviously, look, this is like a little 2-minute teaser. We're not really seeing like the full, you know, the full package here. One of the first three from a concept standpoint. It's definitely got me intrigued for sure. I do like the mechanical design of the warrior. Again, you know, I really like that kind of extra layer they've added to warrior with that motivation bar, and you kind of have the ability to spend it on those chants. It's kind of exactly what the doctor ordered, I think, for warrior, especially because they want to make it kind of like a, you know, have the ability to go in a support direction as well. Ritualist is pretty interesting too. I really want to see what type of effects they've got going for these weapon skills, right? All that kind of stuff. What are they smoking? To be honest, guys, like, you know, when it comes to what are they smoking, like, maybe you want to hit as well, because this is pretty crazy. You know what I'm saying?
Certain set of skills to give them the upper hand.
A particular set of skills, even.
Make a profit. Send a SKRITT to pilfer an opponent. Stealing random artifacts from your enemy can be a valuable skill. Will you rock out to confuse your opponent? Will you leap up and bring the hammer down? Or let a dancer taunt your enemies?
Ooh.
Whatever artifacts you manage to steal or borrow,
yeah, there are some crazy shit to make this one. Look, dude, look at all these SKRITTs. Dude, you can summon like mass SKRITTs. Are you seeing this? Look. Dude, whoa. Look at this one. Look at this SKRITT, guys. Look. Notice how it like shrinks down to nothing. Like, what is going on here?
Long practice.
You can summon like mass SKRITTs.
Or borrow. A good antiquary will.
The SKRITT can like hold up some kind of fish artifact for you.
A good antiquary will always find a good use for their plunder.
Boom.
Long practiced in Kantha, ritualists summon forth spirits from
Relic of the SKRITT.
granting boon.
Skrittomancer. Skritmancer. Boom. I wonder if this is like the elite skill or something. You can just like summon a huge army of SKRITTs. Boom.
Long practiced in Kantha.
This is such a meme. They must be joking. I mean, it's definitely a meme. I kind of like it though. You know, they're bringing some memes to the mix.
And sowing chaos on the battlefield. Shroud yourself with the ritual knowledge of the past. Summon spirits to aid you in battle.
Look at that.
Mark an enemy. Seal their fate. The spirit of.
You can kind of see it's got like a auto attack here, right? It looks like it's basically the same as Core Necro Shroud, or very similar.
Of anguish will send volley after volley to deal increased damage to them. Daze your enemies.
Can we meme on a split that's not a meme already? What a fucked up day. I guess this is a pretty fucked up day for some thief mains.
With a spirit.
If you wanted like samurai thief, or you know, trickster thief, yeah, this is a what a fucked up day moment, guys. I also love that emote. It's such a good emote. Because it's so accurate. Dude, this is like, no joke. This is how like some of these thief mains are feeling right now, guys. Like, I bet you guys wish it was the final reveal now, huh? Like, now you know for an entire week longer. What a fucked up day. Look, guys, I'm just gonna say it. Trust the chefs, man. Trust the chefs.
Will always find a good use.
Wait until Friday. Wait until Friday, guys.
A profit.
Look, I'm telling you, man, I think Trig and CMC are they're just gonna go nuclear. They're just gonna drop some insane shit on Friday, right? They're just gonna go big. They're gonna go insane. Roy? I don't know if it's gonna be Roy, actually. I think Roy said that he was gonna be on some of the streams, but he didn't say which ones. Because I think he's I think Roy's kind of on vacation right now. So I'm not sure if he's going to be back for that.
to steal or borrow, a good antiquary will always find a good use for their plunder.
B-Trig, BMC.
Long practiced in Pantha, ritualists summon forth spirits from the mists, granting boons and sowing chaos on the battlefield. Shroud yourself with the ritual knowledge of the past. Summon spirits to
Shout out to YouTube, by the way.
mark an enemy, seal their fate. The spirit of anguish will send volley after volley.
Dude, I have to read this. I have to read this YouTube comment. I have to read this YouTube comment. It's like when you see some guy squatting over your plate, ready to take a dump on your plate, and then he tells you, "Why are you complaining? It's not even out yet. Trust the chefs." Like, this is like what's going on. Wait, how is that nailed it? Guys, we don't know anything about the spec yet. You can't say nailed it. No, you guys are being papegs. No, oh my god, dude, the YouTube psyop is working. Don't fall for the psyop, guys. How is he zaced? This is not dead on zaced.
To deal increased damage to them.
How do we know everything we need to know? Dude, I feel like Thief mains are just mad as fuck that they're getting like a goofy ass elite spec. Wait, the funny thing is, has ArenaNet ever done a goofy elite spec before? Oh, dude, you better be wait, could any of the other ones be goofy?
Send a script to pilfer an opponent.
Send the script, guys.
Random
Dude, look at that. Look at that. Boom. Wait, have there actually been any like troll specs before? Blade Sworn? I feel like Blade Sworn's kind of serious though. I don't think it's like a troll spec. Well, Catalyst is a troll spec, but for the wrong reasons. Mech? I mean, Mech is kind of serious, though. I don't think Mech is a troll spec. I think this is the first, like, meme spec they've added to the game. That's crazy.
And maybe make a
Troubadour? Troubadour's kind of serious, though. It's just Bard, right? It's kind of classic RPG Bard. NG spec is above the build. It could be, yeah. It actually could. Yeah, it could be. It could be like deep meme somehow.
Send a SKRITT to pilfer an opponent, stealing random artifacts
Boom.
from your enemy.
Guys, listen to that. Send a SKRITT to pilfer your opponent, stealing random artifacts from your enemy.
To pilfer an opponent, stealing random artifacts from your enemy.
That's huge.
A valuable skill. Will you
Get a valuable skill.
Confuse your opponent? Will you leap up and bring
Boom.
down?
That's going to be you guys. Look, Thief mains. How does this feel? This is going to be you.
Or let a dancer taunt your enemies.
You're going to summon the SKRITT dancer.
Whatever artifacts you manage to steal or borrow, a good antiquary will always find a good use for their plunder. Long practiced in Pantha, ritualists summon forth spirits from the mists, granting boons and sowing chaos on the battlefield.
Very nice,
Shroud
very nice.
yourself with the ritual knowledge of the past. Summon spirits to aid you in
Okay.
battle. Mark an enemy, seal their fate. The spirit of anguish will send volley after volley to deal increased damage to them. Daze your enemies with the spirit of wanderlust as it slams the ground, knocking your enemies to the ground. And as your allies fight beside you, grant them boons and heal their wounds with the spirit of preservation. Summon and channel otherworldly entities. As a ritualist, you will gain a deeper understanding.
Dude, I feel like Mogains is mentally broken. Weren't you saying that, well, okay, look, guys, I need to describe the Mogains arc. So Bavanisos dropped. He said he was fully mentally broken. It's over. Guild Wars 2 is dead. He was literally saying the game is dead. It's completely over, and there's no hope. Then they announced the expansion. He said, we're so back. You know, Guild Wars 2 is back. It's the year of Guild Wars 2. Now he sees the Warrior spec and he's like, it's over. It's not the year of Guild Wars 2. It's game over. Right? He's like, he's once again like mentally broken. Yeah.
You seek to protect your allies and motivate them to break.
Hello.
Hello.
I have to say.
Yeah.
I mean, I know I shouldn't like give Mogains any sort of credit at all, but like,
holy shit.
How could you have looked at the Paragon like art that they tweeted out and thought it was going to be anything other than this? This is exactly what you thought it was going to be when you knew it was Paragon. Yeah,
it's what I expected for sure. Yeah,
I like this design. I think it's a great design. Like the way they've described the gameplay loop sounds really good. Yeah. How could you have looked at that? How could you have expected anything else? What else was there to expect from a Paragon? This is exactly what you should have expected. If you're like, oh my god, I'm out. I saw this and I hate it. What did you think it was going to be? Oh my god. Like, that is the most Papega shit I've ever heard in my life. Like, how, like, what Paragon theme did you think you were going to get that was going to be different from this?
I mean, it's a fair point. I mean, it definitely is. It's basically what I expected, to be honest. You know, that it is what it is. I thought it was going to replace Arc Divider. Did Mogains? I think he will. I think the only thing he'd be happy about is if they added triple spin back, right? Like, he craves the triple spin Arc Divider.
Yeah, I don't know if that's like a real thing or if it's just a meme, because at this point it might be like a joke.
I don't think it's a joke.
I mean, who can tell? So, you know, I think Mogains is sort of like a Bidoo's level character. In terms of like, is it a bit? Is it real? Who knows? Who can tell? What is real? Can you tell? I certainly don't know if he's real or not. Like, I'm sure Bidoo's is playing a character, but I don't know about Mogains.
Yeah. Yeah, and of course the thief mains are also basically broken at this stage.
The thief mains have revealed themselves to be role players.
Yeah, pretty much.
Because they're like, I don't care how good this spec is. I don't care if the gameplay is fun. It doesn't fit my headcanon for what a thief should be. So therefore, I hate it. Which is a role player, RP, LARPer thing. Thief mains have revealed themselves to be the people that walk around the mall with like long trench coats and think they're and act like they're in the Matrix. So like they're like mall ninjas. That is exactly who thief mains are, and they're completely self-exposing with their reaction to this spec.
Yeah. I felt like we kind of already knew that, to be honest. Like, they wanted like Samurai Thief with EOD, right? They were big on Samurai Thief.
It's like the copy pasta. They wanted their long black hair character with dual katanas behind their back. You know, the dark lord of the forest. Like, that's exactly what they wanted. Like, I stalk from the shadows, kid. And like, you know, like that's like their whole deal. They wanted it so bad, but you know, they're not getting it.
No.
They're getting the Gambler. The Gambler spec is
the
good.
Gambler spec is here. The SKRITT is it is here. It's here to stay.
Just keep smashing your elite skill till you blow yourself up.
Yeah, like, that's an option. I do like how they described that. Like they didn't hold back, right? They were like, yeah, you know, you'll be able to take down your opponent or at least take yourself out in a blaze of glory.
No, it combos so well with the Paragon. The Paragon makes it so you can't die.
Yeah, you can't die.
And then you just spam. Run into the enemies. You run into the enemies and you just start smashing your elite skill.
Yeah.
Until the SKRITT like explode and they would
just
kill
pop.
you, but they're not going to. Yeah. You set off the SKRITT nuke on the enemies and you're alive. Yep.
At the very least, take themselves out and their opponents out in a blaze of glory.
I like that.
I mean, that's going to be powerful. Like, and it is like a full Gamba spec as well, because of course you have the double edge mechanic, right, where you can press it again, but it can backfire on you, and then the spell it will just like fuck you over if you press it again potentially, or you get like an extra use out of your utility skill. So that's like insane high roll, depending on how good the skills are, obviously, right? That's like actually insane.
Yeah.
Like imagine if you're like 1v1ing someone in PvP. Like imagine how mad your opponent's gonna be if like you triple pop your elite skill and there's no downside. That's insane, right? That's crazy. And
I think it's gonna be fun. I think it's gonna be really fun. And you know, I like it because I'm not, you know, locked into the headcanon roleplay of a thief character.
Yeah.
So like I look at it as just like, you know, this is gonna be fun. Now, good fucking luck benchmarking this build in PvE. Because like how can you benchmark? How can you go to the golem and benchmark when like sometimes you press the skill and it works and sometimes it doesn't?
Yep.
Like that's gonna be a hard one to benchmark. Oh boy.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting one. That's for sure. I guess you're going to have like a statistical average of how it is. And I think, to be fair, they're probably going to have a situation where you can reduce the RNG. They talk about it a little bit, right? In the post here, you're going to be able to like take a trait that allows you to kind of re-roll, and I'm sure they'll have abilities that let you kind of cycle through what you end up getting. And again, I do look, the devs do care about PvP, guys, so they'll probably try to minimize this kind of thing in competitive modes. Like it will, the type of traits and type of builds you're probably going to end up playing in competitive modes will probably push you away from like the very heavy RNG stuff. Well, one would hope anyway. But we'll obviously see how that one actually turns out. Yeah, 80k benchmark. Like 80k RNG benchmark.
Yeah, that'd be great. Why not? As far as the Ritualist goes, I have to say, as long as there's Splinter Weapon, I mean, I don't really care what else.
I feel like there's no way they wouldn't add that, right? Like that's just such a iconic.
It's the most iconic
effect.
one.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, the other weapons are not great, but you know, I think the spirits they chose for the spirits weren't exactly the most iconic spirits.
Yeah.
You know, like Wanderlust. Okay, like that's like that was like. I mean, it got nerfed heavily in Guild Wars 1, but like Anguish, I don't know anyone that ever used Anguish. Like, you know, like how about Shelter Union and
wait, imagine if they dropped Shelter in the game. It's like the most broken spec in the game instantly. Like you can only take 10% of your HP in a single hit. It's like immediately the most overpowered like thing ever. That would be so busted.
Let's do it. These are already going to be very strong for like team fighting.
Oh yeah,
situations. Like Wanderlust seems really good in a team fight. Like
yeah, just
drop it on the node
down
and
like
it's
a big
an
CC,
AOE knockdown. Yeah, that seems pretty good.
Yeah.
But,
and well, it's not known if you can even kill these either, right? Like it looks like they are like little entities, so you probably can kill them. It's probably a bit like Rev, right? Like Renegade is probably how it is. You can like you can actually interact with the spirits, but. Or at least how Renegade used to be, anyway. But yeah, that's probably the way it's going to go. But because it's kind of, you know, because it has that minion interaction, right? It does more damage. Like your minions do more damage. They synergize with this. You can have like an army of spirits and an army of minions as well.
So I take it what's going to happen is the spirits are your F skills, right? Like sort of. Like
well, I think I think it's implying actually that it's your shroud abilities. Right?
Okay, so you go into Shroud, and then they become your Shroud ability. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then when you're outside of Shroud, you spam weapons. And then when you go in Shroud, you...
Yeah, inside the Ritualist Shroud, you have access to 3 summons. So you can do Anguish, Wanderlust, and Preservation while you're in Shroud. And then you
you're going to keep your normal weapon skills then.
Well, no, you have a basic auto attack. I think it's just like Necro Shroud. So your 1 through 5, I think are going to get replaced by this. And then you've got like a basic auto attack, and then the second skill they actually, I guess, haven't revealed just yet what it's going to do. So yeah, like I think that's how it works. So I don't think it's getting any F skills with this. I don't think so anyway, or any extra ones. I'm pretty sure it's going to be this Ritualist Shroud, and then you're gonna have like the weapon skills as utility skills.
Dude, I hope the elite is the new elite for Guild Wars 1, where everyone in your party gets like a random weapon skill. That would be so fucking good.
Well, and I think they're going to be pretty powerful. Like, that's for sure. Like, I could imagine them doing something like, oh man, I could imagine them having some stuff like this, like a Zinray's weapon, right? So you can only take 5% of your health in one hit. That's like a weapon spell, so kind of having that shelter in there. Because, I mean, they're going hard on these elites, right? Some of these elite skills, they're pretty good. Like the Paragon one is like really strong. Again, obviously
the
depending on
one is also
the Troubadour one is incredibly strong too. Yeah, I guess the Luminary one is not mega insane.
I don't remember what that did.
Oh, it put you like leap forwards and you like chain people basically, and they get stunned if they move far away. And I guess the Gale Shot one isn't insane either. You just send out the little tornado. But yeah, I could definitely imagine the elite skill of Ritualist being like really, really strong. For sure. We'll have to see. See what they come up with.
I wonder, so I imagine like one of the traits for the Ritualist is going to be like your spirit's pulse alacrity, or is probably how it's going to be.
Yeah.
I don't know. We'll see. I'm trying to think of how they could make it a boon support. That seems like the most likely way.
YouTube is not happy. Okay.
Listen,
YouTube is mad at me. They're actually mad.
Okay.
This guy says I've seen enough of Teapot. I'll go and watch this without slop eating pigs ridiculing concerned consumers in my ear. Like, man, dude, people are taking this too seriously. Holy, like, what is going on?
The fact that YouTube is having a bit of an over-the-top reaction is exactly what I expected from them. Because listen, YouTube, they're a little bit more role play. They're a little bit more like vibes based, and I'm sure most of the YouTube viewers are furries who have avatars on the forums that are like a furry char character in the persona of whatever their class main is, like the one guy that you showed from the thief furry guy. And yeah, they're just role players is the long and short of it. And so yeah, they're going to be mad when their headcanon gets messed with. Whereas Twitch viewers, they're a little bit more jaded, a little bit more cynical. They've seen it all. That they're not really like role players to the same extent, so they're not as upset.
Incredible. Yeah, he's shitting on people who are concerned for the game. I don't know why streamers people haven't figured out that crapping on passionate players concerned for their game is a good idea. I'm not gonna lie, it's pretty funny. That's why. But also, obviously, look, it's a little too early to say. I can understand like not being happy with the role play, but when people make like super dramatic statements, like it's over, and like this is like the worst thing ever made, without even seeing the full details or like how it works mechanically, I think that's a little bit silly. And yeah, I'm not gonna lie, yes, you do actually deserve to be poked a little bit of fun at if you do that. Yeah, 100%. Like
there was the one comment on the forums of the guy who's like, after looking at these 3 specs and then looking at the previous 3 specs, I'm not buying this X pack. Like that was like one of the comments down there, and it's like, bro, you were just looking for any excuse you could not to buy the X pack. You're done with the game. You're hanging on by a thread, and you're just looking for that excuse to clip that thread and fly away. Just stop torturing yourself. Just go. But if you do buy the X pack, use a referral link. Use a referral link,
guys, and Ultimate Edition. Log in.
When you come crawling back, and you whip out come crawling back with your credit card in hand. Wah! I want the Ultimate Edition. Wah! Give me my gems, ain't it? Wah!
Oh man. This guest is paid off by ArenaNet to say good about the X Pack. Oh man,
yeah, that's me.
That's Nike. Yeah, that's the Honestly, you couldn't have said that about you couldn't have picked a more entertaining person to say that about, to be honest.
Yeah. Anyway, I got to go back to work. I just thought I'd chime in and get in on the insanity. Anyway.
Yeah.
Bye.
It's
everyone.
good. Yeah. Goodbye. Well, there you have it, guys. That is the situation. Underworld class with SKRITT. I mean, yeah, now here we are, guys. Like the SKRITT is here. The SKRITT has arrived, I guess. I'm leaving. This guest sounds dumb. Well, I mean, look. I mean, the thing is, the truth is, and honestly, I might as well talk about this now, actually. It's like, this is a feature of the stream, guys. On this stream, we talk to all sorts of people. We talk to all sorts of people that have interesting things to say. If you don't like that, that's honestly fair, but this is probably not the right stream for you. There's other really good ones out there. I'd recommend going for those instead. Thief, see, look, Skelling, he loves Thief, he mains Thief. He's hyped for it. Yeah, this looks good. Antiquary, yeah, I mean, look, it looks fucking funny at least. Yeah. Incredible. SKRITT monster. Paid shill, correct. Shout out to YouTube though, guys. We actually have 700 people on YouTube. You honestly love to see that. YouTube once again active. Once again alive. Alive with fresh viewers.
This is the worst situation I've ever been in.
You're lucky. An inch more to either side and you
Incredible. Yeah. Oh wait, I don't know what I was expecting. Mental Classics already got Mech. I mean, yeah, I think you guys aren't going to get anything like Mech, that's for sure. I love that it's overcrowd. I mean, I also do think it's extremely funny. Oh, man. Yeah. You almost lose half of them because of Nike. Well, I feel like this is like a pretty important thing to say here, Smooth. Like, I obviously really appreciate when people want to watch my content and watch the stream. But at the end of the day, I'm probably one of the least viewer-caring, algorithm-caring streamers in existence, right? Like, I don't really care if like doing something is gonna result in less viewers. I care about if I find something entertaining and if I deem it to be content, right? Like, if people share my opinion that it's content, that's awesome. I'm really happy to have people on board. But if people don't, that's honestly fine, right? Like, that's fair. It's nothing personal, right? It's not something that really bothers me. I don't really look at the view counts really or analytics. It's not something that really concerns me, to be frank. How do you feel about Antiquary? I mean, it's surprising. I don't think we've seen anything like this in terms of the theme in the game. I'm very much interested to see like how it actually plays out mechanically on Friday. But yeah, really, really, really out there. That's for sure. Yeah. Incredible. We like watching it. It's cool to meme on people losing it for a bit. Can we admit the new Thief spec looks so bad it's hilarious? I'm not sure it looks bad. I think it's definitely unexpected in terms of the theme, right? Like, it's definitely very, very out there with the theme and the approach they took with it. I'm very much looking forward to see the gameplay, though. But obviously I can understand like Thief mains being like, why are we getting kind of like the meme spec, right? Maybe not exactly the RP people were looking for sure. Is it really a support warrior? Yeah, but it would do DPS as well, obviously. I wouldn't be keen on having the jokes back for my main. I guess some people enjoy it. It's not my cup of tea. I mean, it's yeah, it is very, very interesting. Yeah. How can it do both? Yeah, traits, trait support, utility skill support, obviously, and you know, I'm sure that the chance and like the you know, will have some kind of offensive potential as well. It won't be like pure healing, pure support. Yeah, we'll definitely do both. Boom. This thing just got destroyed. What's scaling linking here? SKRITT main, he's made a new character. He's in plat as well. Impressive. Buff himself and do high DPS, or at least be strong in solo. I mean, like, literally every spec is strong in solo, so that's not too much for a problem, to be honest. But I think it probably won't be super selfish. I think they'll keep it within the roleplay. I think it will be a little bit like Firebrand, right? Like, Firebrand is always going to have, like, kind of like a little bit of a support component attached to it. Like, and we've kind of seen that with how Troubadour is, and Luminary as well, is that a lot of these specs kind of have a theme to them, kind of like a, you know, a gameplay idea to them. You're not going to be able to like play it exactly however you want it. It's going to, they are trying to give these specs kind of like some proper identity, right? Like the specs have identity. What's your main? I don't really have a main.
The druid said there was an imbalance.
I quit mid-Soto, got burned out. Is it time to come back? I mean, maybe. How did it play during your test session? We haven't tested the elite specs. I wish. Antiquary and out of season's April Fool's joke. I mean, it's definitely something. SKRITT, I'm hit. You guys not have SKRITTs? Well, you will soon. You will soon have SKRITTs. Deep SKRITTs. People are mentally broken. SKRITT. Thieves having a rat class. If you watch the Paragon spotlight, not even once grabs the spear by its handle. Well, I mean, he does like throw it though. So you've got that going for it. Yeah, I mean, like I guess the problem was that they really baited everyone with this card, like the card spec, right? They baited people so hard. Like, what? Isn't that crazy, guys? That they baited people with the card icon. The thief's like, ah, yes, card wizard, yes, Gamba, and then it was SKRITT wizard the entire time. That's insane. Dude, okay, look, this is why we have to meme this up, guys. Guys, check this comment out. I am struggling to see a future beyond this expansion for Guild Wars 2 if that thief spec is anything to go by. Still love to play Paragon like the old Guild Wars 1 days. It's like, guys, what are we doing here, okay? Look, I hold my viewers to a high standard, guys. Okay, if you're watching my channel on Twitch or YouTube, you are going to be high IQ. Like, you are going to be molded into a high IQ viewer, and you will be highly intelligent. Like, my chat is hyper intelligent. Like, I'm just gonna say it, guys. My Twitch chat is honestly one of the most intelligent Twitch chats in all of Twitch. No, they're not Dentger. They're not Dentgers at all. No, stop putting Dentger. That's not the situation, guys. Yeah, Race Wars verse. Yeah, it's gonna be fun. You're all very intelligent. And you will be held to that standard. Yeah. Have you seen this? I did see this. This is funny. Ah! Holy shit. Oh, I actually can't play this. I'm gonna get fucking copyrighted on YouTube. I actually really don't want to do that. But, look, Preach does say nice things about me, so look, we won't let him down, guys, huh? I mean, we have to compete with him. Like, he's gonna be on the, Echo stream, right? He is on the Echo stream, so obviously the Method stream will be superior. Pick from yesterday was the one they used. Wait, that image? No, that image is actually that's homemade, guys. That's a homemade picture that got sent in there.
Hey, wake up.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Don't drift out like that.
I swear, I won't harm you.
She kind of revealed you'll be co-streaming a lot. That's correct, yeah. I don't know exactly if, well, I haven't talked about who I'm going to be commentating with that much because it's not finalized, because they're still cooking the schedule, obviously, like figuring out availability and so on. But yeah, I'm on with a whole bunch of people. But yeah, I will be with Rage, who is hosting quite a lot of time, actually, on the stream. What's the percentage chance ANET drops a SKRITT mask helm in the gem store when these specs launch? I mean, look, that's a missed opportunity if they don't. You can have like a SKRITT themed armor thing. Are you casting for Method and then World's First Race? Correct, yeah. Yeah, I'm casting for Method for the Manaforge Omega Race to World's First. Very exciting.
Don't drift out like that.
Wait, there's a Covenant ping? Wait, is there an operation? I'm checking. I'm coming to the Covenant Discord. Wait, who is even still... I want to see, like, who's active here. Who is still active in Covenant Discord? Magrest is. Incredible. What Covenant Discord? There is a kind of... Basically, when we were initiating the Covenant... we basically had a Discord to plan Covenant operations. And thus the Covenant of the Summer Ants was formed.
Commander, this way.
Can you do the tier list? Wait, what tier list? Non-random steals in PvP. Looks like they're going to keep it random, but like with ways to reroll, so you can like very heavily minimize the RNG, I would say. But I will. Well, we better do some YouTube slop. Actually, I guess it's time. It's kind of time. to engage in a little bit of slop. Just a hint. A little tease. A little taste. A smidge of slop. Just a little sip. You have new mail? Oh yeah, it's the World vs. World Rush portal, I guess.
No one trusts me.
Insane chat. Well, we already did the tier list, Magrist. We already did this one. You did? Oh, it was kind of like in the really late night stream. You did get S tier. I will say that. I'll briefly show it on stream. This was basically the conclusion of the tier list.
It's not looking good.
You can see Magrest, actually an S tier here. And then here's the A tier situation, B tier, C tier, and then D tier. There's no way Cordza is only C. He's S+. I mean, I'm not sure what our rationale was. I think it was just that like he just says like completely insane shit. And it's almost like too weird. Guys, another comment has just come in. Someone needs to get fired. Who the fuck sat in the meeting and was like, yup, Thief with electric guitar, Skrit, and hammer with card icon is a great idea.
Commander, this way.
Incredible.
You smell, different.
It was me, I said that. 2025 is the year of Guild Wars 2. Skrit. Wait, can I still refund VOE? I bought day 2 of announcement because I lose my interest after soaring how dog shit Antiquary was. Guys, this is the world we're living in. I guess it's a good advert on why you shouldn't pre-order though, I guess, huh? Unless you're using my referral link, then you definitely should pre-order. This is not going to help my referral link, is it, guys, actually? God damn. Like, all these Thief mains are... They're not going to be swiping for this. Like, the Thief mains are not going to be paying out. Honestly, maybe they should be.
You got something?
Access to all weapons without the expansions. I mean, it's a hint to the fact they already added that into the game, right? With Weapon Mastery. But no, you're not going to get them for free. Literally clown spec. I mean, that is true. It is kind of a clown spec. Boy Scout partner? I mean, I wouldn't know anything about that. Fun, goofy spec. I mean, it is a fun, goofy spec. Is Bard playable? Not yet, no. It's going to be playable on the 28th, right? The 28th. Of October, that is. Well, and it's also not Bard, it's Troubadour, but... That's the situation. Stay tuned. Stay tuned for more. New question, no worries. All good. It's hard to keep track of everything. Yeah, 20th of October is when the expansion's coming out. That's going to be a beta in August, actually. I believe the beta is on the... When is it? The 23rd? Hold on. It is the 20th. Yeah, there's a beta from the 20th through the 27th or something. Yeah. and you'll be able to like try them out. But they're not actually in the game in an official capacity until October when the expansion releases.
Please tell me someone has a plan.
And then you can embrace Bard.
More to either side.
Bard will activate. We love to see that. We really do. All right. It may be time to actually engage in YouTube slop content. I know you guys love a little bit of slop. A little bit of slop here and there. Everything looks lame except Gale Shot. That's crazy. Slop for breakfast? Yeah, embrace it. SKRITT is the only spec worth playing. I mean, yeah, maybe. You might be right. Sally Scourge viable? Yeah. Uh-huh. Uh-huh.
This jungle's gonna kill us.
Okay. Sally Scourge for EOS to push it a little bit. Yeah, I think that's good. Yeah, if you guys do need someone, I might be around on Saturday, by the way, Plenix. Fridays, obviously, I'm going to be grinding all of the, doing the deep dives and stuff, so I'm probably not available on Friday. I'm not sure you guys are planning on playing on Friday anyway, but I might be available over the weekend if you need someone. But I don't want to take anyone's spot, obviously. I've already got it, so I don't really need it. Bros. We're back. It's so over. We're so back. It's over. Bros, it's over real. Thing is, Darren's, you need to activate, okay? Because you need to draw this graph when they drop Guild Wars 3. Like, that's what this graph needs to show. Is like, where is because these aren't nukes. These are maybe like bombs at best. These are like small bombs. But what about the nuke? That's what I want to see the chart for. Yeah. It's over. All right, you guys ready for some slop? Are you ready? Ratting is over. Ratting is pretty good. I also am kind of a big fan of Ratga as well. Ratga. Take this, dude, we need like Ratga, Pilfer. Ratga. There it is. Rats are cute. I mean, rats are actually pretty cute, to be honest. Take a look at
You just need rest.
this rat. Like here, you can see this is the image on Wikipedia of a rat. Look at that little guy. This guy's going to be pilfering your opponents in Visions of Eternity. Pilfer. Dude, like, wait, bro, like, whenever I see Skelling's name, I'm always reminded. Okay, Skelling had beef. What was the guy's name? Skelling had beef with this kind of crazy PvP guy, and they were like fighting in the FFA arena, and like this crazy PvP guy said like, Skelling is over. He just said like, he's done. Skelling is over. He said that like in full seriousness, right? Like full, like straight face. No bullshit. Like I'm ending him, right? Like in like the fucking FFA arena. It's just one of those things that it stuck with me. Oh yeah, Zirid. Yeah, it was Zirid. I don't think I even plays anymore. But yeah, that guy was completely insane. And he was like, yeah, skelling is over. We probably have that screenshot around sometime, right? It's such a good screen. I have beef with more PV. Wait, who do you have beef with? Who's even left to have beef with? Are they as insane as Atlan? I mean, Atlan's not really insane. He's just an asshole. What is this antiquary shit? They can't be serious? They are. They have dropped the bomb. Please, God, no. Look, before we do the YouTube slop, I just want to show you, Mkopu, this is your future. Look at this. This is you. Notice how this is you sending out the SKRITT to get the artifact. Like, this is your gameplay. This is your main. Now, look at this. Look, you guys wanted Hammer Thief. You've got Hammer Thief now. You're forced. Yeah, you have to dress up as Indiana Jones. You have no choice. Rajam. Make SKRITT playable.
Commander, this way.
Incredible.
Breathe.
Where's the stealth mechanic? Well, I mean, it will be packaged into Thief, right? Like, Thief has stealth inherently. I mean, this is actually what you do. You just, like, throw the rat at someone. Dude, these are some good memes. It's actually good stuff. Like, this actually is Antiquary, guys. It's the new elite spec. Boom. Throw the rat at your opponent, at your target. Get it in there. We are going to need some rat-themed emotes. You are right. Dude, I like how Green did a poll in VIP General. I'm pretty sure only Green participated in the poll. It was not... people did not engage. They did not engage with the poll. I just joined Discord by accident. Incredible. You love to see it.
This way.
Incredible. All right. It's time. Okay, then. A big greeting to all of the Necromains, the Warrior Mains, and, most importantly, the Thief Mains. It's time to actually have a little bit of a look at the specializations. Antiquary, Ritualist, and Paragon. And, well, the first one in the video here, I bet nobody saw this one coming. I don't know what I expected from the Antiquary, but it certainly wasn't this. Let me tell you that, okay? We are going full meme spec territory. ArenaNet has gone completely... They've gone wild. They've gone crazy. Like, the main mechanic of this spec is that you send out a SKRITT that pilfers random artifacts for you that you can then use to battle your opponent. And yes, one of them is an electric guitar. Another one is a giant hammer. And then another one is basically, you know, a dancing SKRITT hologram that taunts your opponents. And then a SKRITT holding up some kind of weird fish relic. This is absolutely insane. Very different from a lot of the Thief roleplay, I guess. It's really, really different compared to what we're going on there. And it goes even crazier with the utility skills that we'll get into a little bit later. The utility skills are called double edges, and you can basically spam them theoretically, but if you use them, they have a chance to backfire if you use them again before they come off cooldown, and the earlier you do it, like, you know, the more cooldown left over, the more chance to backfire. And the way they describe it, I've actually got to come out of the video just to talk about this. This is crazy. This is how they describe double edge. They can break the rules of regular combat, allowing them to reverse a dire situation, or at the very least, take themselves and their opponents out in a blaze of glory. When I read this for the first time, I was like, what is going... This is some crazy stuff, guys. Okay? If you like a little bit of RNG, a little wackiness, a little goofiness, you're here. But yeah, you know, you're definitely going to be enjoying this Antiquary. I mean, we just got baited. I don't want to tell you. And look at this artwork, guys. Like, we've got cards, which I guess is kind of like the RNG element, but we got baited by that. We were expecting Trickster, Gambler, Thief, Twisted Fate, Thief, Card Warlord, Card Wizard. What we got was SKRITT carrying you a little treasure, and then you loot it. I mean, look at this guy. He's looking good, ready to go, ready to obtain the loot from the loyal SKRITT, following you around. And look, I will admit, I can imagine people not being super happy with that and how this roleplay is. I would really urge people to see the, you know, at least wait and see the gameplay and like the full roleplay of the spec with all of the abilities and the traits and stuff. But yeah, this is looking absolutely unhinged. I will admit, I love stuff like this. I think it's hilarious. Definitely different to anything we've seen before. I don't think we've ever really had a meme spec in the game before, right? Like, maybe you could argue that Bladesworn is a little bit silly, a little bit goofy, you know, with the whole, like, teleports behind you, like, meme. But even that, I think, is relatively serious with the gun saber, right? Like the gun blade or whatever. This is on another level of insanity. But don't worry, okay? We can kind of tone it down a little bit with the Ritualist. Not really much of a surprise. This is one of the ones that ANET basically already confirmed a while ago. And this is going to be kind of a standard Necro spec. You're going to have a new type of shroud that lets you summon these spirits. And these spirits are going to do a bunch of stuff. It's going to be kind of a power DPS or support spec. And that's not terribly surprising. Ritualist always kind of had that element there. But yeah, so you're going to have spirits that can do some boons. This is the Spirit of Wanderlust that like slams down a big AoE, does some CC, all that kind of good stuff. You can see this spirit here applying some protection, right? This one's doing some healing as well. A bit of Aegis in the mix there as well. You can see being applied to that Char and the Necromancer themselves. And yeah, you get basically, the way they've handled the spirits is that you can basically summon up all these spirits while you're in Shroud. And then you can basically choose what target they go after by using the auto attack. You can see that little green bolt the Necromancer's firing out there. That's essentially what's going to get targeted. Is like who you end up hitting with that. So yeah, that one's looking really cool. And for all of the Guild Wars 1 fans out there, there's a lot of inspiration from Guild Wars 1 here. Specifically, that the utility skill for this are weapon skills. Right, so you know, very similar to Guild Wars 1, you're actually going to have unique mods. This is going to be kind of a unique modifier spec, so you can give people like special bonuses and all that kind of cool stuff. And that's not actually super surprising. We've seen them do a couple of unique mods so far, right? And like very powerful effect. It looks like they're really going to go all in and try to make sure these elite specializations have a really strong identity, and using some, you know, special modifiers, extra mechanics to kind of give them that flavor and give them that gameplay identity and how they actually play out there as well. So I think Necros are going to be happy with this. Not super surprising again to see the support, because especially with the transfusion rework, like Scourge has been in a really weird spot, I would say, ever since they started playing around with transfusion. So I think this is going to be one of those specs that's going to fit really neatly into the current Necromancer support package. basically. And they're going to lean into that with the utility skills, obviously the traits, and of course the spirits themselves. So very flexible. And, you know, bear in mind, you are always going to have access to all of your spirits, basically. So even if you go for a DPS option, you're probably going to have a bit of utility in there as well, which is kind of cool. So kind of similar to how Scourge is now or how Firebrand is. So I think really exciting. Very, very cool. Good RP. I think this is something that people have wanted for a long time. The spirits are looking cool as well. Kind of the stuff from Cantha in Ender Dragons there that was summoned by the speakers. So it looks pretty damn cool. And yeah, I mean, obviously Necro, Necro's pretty good. Summon your army of spirits with a little different backpacks for the different things that they do. And well, I don't know, stay tuned for more. And finally, I love that they tried to replicate like the Omega, like jacked Paragon guy they had. And again, of course, they used the Norn for that. But, you know, look, the wings are looking good. The wings are looking good, guys. Okay, you know, the Paragon is now here as well. The spear-wielding warrior, though, of course, that's a Janther Wilds thing, not necessarily associated with the elite spec. And this is exactly what you'd expected, really. You know, it's not... No surprises here, really. You're going to be yelling at your allies. You're going to be buffing them up, right? You're going to be kind of this... you know, physical damage dealer, hybrid support thing. They're absolutely going to be... I mean, look at this. Look, this looks like a healer to me, right? This guy is juicing everyone with some pretty powerful, motivating words, right? Going on there. You've got commands. They're basically a little bit like shouts. And the TLDR is that they're giving Warrior some more F skills, basically. And that makes a lot of sense, right? Like, Warrior has definitely struggled with this. It's been fairly limited, very focused around these burst skills. And the way Paragon's going to work is that you use burst skills that juices up your resource called motivation. And you spend that motivation resource on using extra buttons called chants, which are probably going to have a wide variety of effects. Offensive, defensive, utility, all that kind of good stuff. We'll see exactly how many of those we're going to get, but I'd certainly expect at least an F2, an F3, and an F4 being added to the Paragon, and we will see when we get there, of course. But yeah, no crazy surprises there on Paragon. We knew this one was coming for quite a while. We knew it was going to be on the Warrior 2 because of that, you know, that really cool image that they posted of the Ritualist and the Paragon at the same time. Also, I want to point out, Warrior mains, okay? You guys are honestly eating good on this one. We don't know for sure yet, but this ability here may be the elite skill. And again, we'll get into this later. This is an unbelievably strong effect. The elite skill basically commands your allies to not die. So they can go to 1 HP, but they cannot actually fully die. That is a crazy strong effect. Very similar to Distort Share, actually. But you might be thinking, wait, isn't it like just strictly worse than Distort Share? Well, not necessarily. There are actually a decent chunk of effects in the game that can't be invulned, right? Like Distort doesn't necessarily work on every damage event, right? A really good example of this would be some of the damage that Ceres does, for example. You cannot invuln it, right? But this will essentially allow you to tank stuff that even invulnerability won't save you from. And this, again, is a group effect that can be applied. So an unbelievably powerful elite skill, which, you know, I honestly kind of love to see it, right? I think that elite skills should be pretty powerful, right? Should have a strong thing. And I do like to see that we are seeing a bit of like very potent kind of elite specialization identity being packaged into this, rather than just like, oh, you give boons. Right, I think we've all been a little bit sick of that. So adding a bit of flavor in there, we absolutely love to see that. Yeah, it's fantastic stuff. It really is. And yeah, look, I mean, I'm not sure if the Thief mains are going to be lighting up to buy the game using more furling, but honestly, I don't know. Maybe you should be. Look, I'm just going to say, guys, let ArenaNet cook. Like, on Friday, I'm expecting to see some crazy fireworks from all three of these, to be honest. They are looking interesting. That's for sure. And I think actually really cool mechanically. Antiquary is still very much up in the air. Really, really wild stuff there. I don't know exactly how that's going to work. They give us a couple of details, but it's the one they tell us the least about, actually. We're going to get into that in just a moment. But yeah, Paragon sounds really fun mechanically. I think that's going to be something that Warrior players are really going to enjoy. And indeed, people who want to try out the class. Same for Ritualist. You know, it sounds really, really cool. And yeah, look, buy the game using bar furling, guys. Hell yeah. Okay, I'm sure there's a bunch of SKRITT wizards out there. And, well, listen, it is your lucky day. And of course, Friday, it's coming up. I will be covering this. I will be uploading it. I obviously am going to be uploading my analysis on all of the deep dives for the Antiquary, for the Ritualist, and the Paragon on YouTube. So definitely subscribe for that. And indeed, stay tuned because I will be doing that live here on Twitch as well. So for the, the engaged viewer, you can actually be a little bit ahead of the curve. So definitely be sure to wait for that, check that stuff out, and definitely watch along too. It's a whole lot of fun. I really love to see Trig and CMC, maybe even Roy at some point on stream. They're always an absolute treat to watch, so I'd highly recommend stopping by the Guild Wars 2 channel to see the reveal this Friday. But anyway, let's go ahead and kind of get into some of the details that they give us a little sip of here. And once again, I do think they nailed the artwork. You know, for better or for worse, the artwork does look really cool on all of these, I think. I think the one that's actually maybe the least inspiring is actually the Ritualist one. I really like the aesthetic here of this Paragon, right? The spear is here. Slightly weird choice with the helmet, I guess, seeing as, he's not wearing one. And, Paragons in Guild Wars 1 don't really wear helmets, but I guess it's to kind of like match the warrior aesthetic, I guess. But yeah, this looks super cool, right? You've got the wings there at the back, the spear going off the kind of the bright orange yellow glow. Very, very cool stuff, in my opinion. Riches does look really, really nice in the game. The artwork's all right. I'm not, it's not that exciting. It's green, right? That could be anything. It could be any necro, really. It's just a little bit green. And yeah, the Antiquary, I'm not gonna lie, this is just so funny. Look at the SKRITT. The SKRITT he's looking so happy with himself. He's like, oh, look, have the treat, have the pilfer. I have pilfered for you. Now take this artifact and crush my opponents. That's what the SKRITT was saying there, guys. Yeah, I'm on it, boss. You got it. Once again, a masterful bait by ArenaNet to give us the cards, right? Just to tease the cards and then just like bust out the SKRITT at the last second. We absolutely, we love to see that, guys. We absolutely do. But anyway, let's get into it. The Antiquary, improvisational procurers. The balance of black market trade and above-board commerce in Lion's Arch has tipped towards legitimacy in recent years. But look, that's all about to change. And the Captain's Council has banded together with several smaller factions to claim a place in the Tyrian Alliance. But the discovery of Jam Theory artifacts has started a gold rush as explorers hustle to procure rare and valuable items that no living culture can lay claim to. And yeah, this is kind of the background story they're giving us, the RP. This is going to be a fun part of the expansion, in my opinion, is you're going to discover like where the characters in the game learn these new techniques from, and they've kind of built up all these little different stories from all over the world, and previous expansions and so on, of like how we came about these new forbidden elite specializations. The somewhat euphemistically titled antiquaries pride themselves on their scholarly appreciation for the artifacts that they acquire. Many even keep a few in their private collections, ready to impress colleagues at the tavern or blindside foes on the battlefield. And whether they're priory historians or pirates, Lion's Arch is still their favored nexus for trading and selling their wares and knowledge. SKRITT happens. Antiquaries are the pinnacle of accomplished thieves. Look, guys, ANET have said it here in black and white. This is actually what peak thief performance looks like. If you can't handle that, then I don't know, I guess you have to reroll. No longer stealing for material need and purely doing so for the fun of it, for the content. With the help of their loyal but not necessarily reliable SKRITT assistants, antiquaries can plunder precious artifacts from their opponents and turn their random spoils into improvised weapons. Antiquaries can even break the rules of regular combat, allowing them to reverse a dire situation, or, at the very least, take themselves and their opponents out in a blaze of glory. For the thrill-seeking player who delights in rolling the dice and adapting to any situation, no matter the outcome, look no further than the Antiquary. And here we are. Look at this. Look at this individual. Look at this specimen. Yeah. Press your luck. And this is where we're seeing some of this kind of gamba stuff here. And don't worry, there are ways to mitigate that gamba, but it does look that a little bit of randomness is kind of part of the identity of the spec there, which that is definitely going to be a polarizing mechanic. ANET has been very aggressive with removing basically all randomness from the game, especially in competitive modes. And I think they will have thought about that. So PvP players don't sweat too much. Like, you know, Trig and CMC, they care about PvP. They're into PvP. I imagine there will be pathways to kind of make this a more standardized approach within the competitive modes. So, acquire new artifacts with the skill Pilfer, which replaces Steal, summoning a SKRITT assistant from Underground to plunder from your target. After a successful Pilfer, instead of stolen skills, Antiquaries get the choice of using one of two randomly selected artifacts from across Tyria. These artifacts range from a Cryptus turret that fires automatically at any nearby enemies to a Chak organ that produces a shield, protecting you from incoming projectiles. Traits give you finer control over the artifacts you receive, from guaranteeing that you'll get one offensive and one defensive artifact each time you pilfer, to re-rolling your artifacts for new ones at the cost of initiative. So yeah, this is like the key thing here, is that instead of one steal skill, you're going to get two, and you're going to be able to pick one or the other depending on which one you're potentially looking for. And again, yeah, we saw a couple. There's like one that's doing this kind of like reflective barrier. There's one that's doing like this taunt with the SKRITT hologram, right? There'll be all sorts of like crazy stuff that you're going to be able to do there as well. And yeah, you are going to have a couple of build options that will allow you to mitigate. There'll probably be some utility skills that also allow you to do some re-rolling, kind of similar to Mercy on Deadeye. So you can kind of have a bit more control over what you're actually getting there, because like having like pure RNG is going to be a little bit of a fiesta. Now, the thing is, you know, we say that pure RNG is going to be, you know, not super bad, but then we have this. So the Antiquary's new skill category, their utility skills, it is a new set of abilities called the Double Edges that can be used repeatedly even while on cooldown. The catch: there is a chance for the skill to backfire when used while still cooling down, often with detrimental effects to the user. The chance of the skill backfiring decreases the closer it gets to completing its cooldown. So players who are more risk-averse may want to wait a little while longer before attempting to use a double-edged skill again. I mean, this is hilarious. I think there's going to be some unbelievably funny situations where, you know, you're in PvP, the enemy thief like pops their elite skill 4 times in a row and just high rolls you and just obliterates you. This is going to be really interesting to see how this actually looks in terms of the balance, to be honest. Like what the percentage shards is going to be like what the scaling is going to be like with the cooldown. I can imagine this being funny. You know, very, very funny until it happens to you. Or if you're playing Thief, you know, if all of your skills basically backfire on the first attempt, you know, that's going to be like, well, it's over. You know, it's absolute despair. Of course, depends on like how punishing the backfires are, and indeed how powerful the skills in general are. Because this is very rule breaky, right? This is extremely rule breaky, and that is going to influence like how powerful these things can be. Because they, you know, they're not going to want the variants to be very unfun. Like, always bear that in mind. But yeah, sounds interesting. And to be honest, the Antiquary is probably the elite spec I am most interested to see out of these three, because it is so wacky and it's so out there. I have a pretty good idea of what Ritualist is going to look like. I have a pretty good idea of what the Paragon is going to look like. But I have no idea what Antiquary is going to do, like what type of abilities it's going to have, right? And like what, especially the utility skills and the elite skill, like what elite skill is this class going to be given? We see this really funny clip here, kind of at the end, where you're summoning like mass SKRITTs. I'm just like, if this is the elite skill, this is kind of insane, especially if you could spam it. Like look at that tiny SKRITT just shrinking down into nothingness in the background. There's a lot of potential here, guys. A lot of potential. And yeah, huge surprise. A massive curveball, in my opinion, from ArenaNet. So yeah, definitely stay tuned to see that one. That is going to be interesting. And I definitely get that people are maybe not going to be super happy with the RP there. It's certainly not what I was expecting. I was definitely thinking it's going to be kind of the grungy, edgy, explorer, Tomb Raider, artifact, retriever, Indiana Jones kind of meme. And well, you've got the hat, so you have got that. But mechanically, it's very much a little bit different there. A little bit of a secret sauce. But look, let them cook. Let them cook, guys. Let's see what we're doing on Friday and see what the actual mechanics are like and the gameplay, right? And of course, the remainder of the RP. So let them cook, guys. That's what I got. That's my final word, I guess, on the Antiquary. Next up, it's going to be the Ritualist. Spiritual successors. Ritualism is one of Tyria's oldest professions. Of course, Guild Wars 1, guys, remember that. The practice originated in Cantha, where humans discovered that spirits could be summoned from the mists and bound to a ritualist's will. In practice, this was traditionally a respectful partnership between ritualists and ancestral spirits. But as the speaker's influence spread in recent years, so did their hastily adopted methods of forcibly binding spirits. Not good. Necromancy and ritualism have long been considered separate disciplines, but as open hostility between the Speakers and the Jade Brotherhood cools and Cantha becomes one of the Tyrian Alliance's strongest pillars, ritualists have formed ties with necromantic communities across Central Tyria, Alona, and beyond. Ritualism will gain new practitioners. Networks of political support and shared resources will ensure that responsible traditions are favored over cruel shortcuts to power. We love to see that, guys. A little bit of ethical raising the dead. Fantastic stuff. Preserving a legacy. As you might expect, the Ritualist draws heavy inspiration from its Guild Wars counterpart. We'll go into more detail during this Friday's live stream, but our design goal was to capture the key elements of the profession and translate them into Guild Wars 2. Registered trademark. And to achieve that, we started with spirits. Depending on their skill and trait selections, we expect Ritualists will be able to specialize into supportive builds or aggressive power-focused builds. Yeah, and that, I think, is a good thing. I think it's good to... A lot of these specs kind of have a slightly hybrid approach. I think that makes sense. Like, you do want to enable multiple playstyles and multiple types of builds. And in general, giving specs boons is a good idea with how the game typically plays out, especially because, you know, if you give a spec a bunch of boons, like, how bad can it possibly be, right? You get in there and just, like, destroy everything in the open world. It's going to be fantastic. That giant crab is not going to stand a chance. It's interesting that it is going to be a... Because, of course, there's no weapon with this. They can't add a ranged power weapon, and Necro doesn't really have a ranged power weapon. A sword, kind of. But, yeah, it does exist. But this is going to be a ranged component, though, right? Because those spirits, like, fire out their little bolts that you can target, and the shroud itself is ranged. So this could be really cool, actually, for a power, if you're a big fan of power necro, because this does mean that you're probably going to have, like, some ranged capacity. Not all of your damage will be ranged. You're still very likely to use weapons such as spear and greatsword, and so on. But a component of it is going to have some ranged component, which I think players are really going to enjoy. And on the support side, yeah, necro support has been in a weird spot. Transfusion's been reworked like 7 times at this point, and I imagine they were probably thinking about Ritualists a little bit while they were doing that. So I think when we see these traits, when we see these abilities, we're going to go, oh, yeah, that makes a whole lot of sense. We've already seen in the trailer that there's some Aegis going on there, there's some protection, very likely stability, I'd say, good chunk of CC, there's going to be healing package into the kit, which again is actually uncommon for Necromancer, seeing as a lot of the support on Necro supports comes from traits rather than actual abilities. So giving it a proper support core, especially given that the weapon skills on utilities are very likely to have both offensive and supportive options. Yeah, I can see this actually being like a proper, flexible, non-weird Necro support build, which is kind of like where Scourge is at. Like, don't get me wrong, Scourge is actually very strong. It's very strong, but it's also a bit odd with how it works, you know, and you can see that with kind of what they did with Transfusion, right? They basically had to say, right, okay, this trait basically needs to be literally all of the support for this build, kind of, like in one trait, which is obviously kind of undesirable. But anyway, spirits will be summoned while in Shroud. So yeah, very similar to how Necro works now. And the Ritualist will also gain access to weapon spells as their utility type. For those who aren't familiar with weapon spells from Guild Wars 2, they're shareable, beneficial effects with similarities to stances and venoms. Some are applied for a specific duration, and others are applied as stacks. So yeah, this is basically how it is. When you go in Shroud, that's where your spirits are going to be. You're going to have this auto attack that kind of focuses the spirits onto the target you hit with it, and then it's probably going to be the 2, 3, 4 skill of the spirits, and the 5 we maybe don't know about yet, or maybe it's the 2. It's hard to say, right? Like, you know, doesn't really matter, right? Like where the button is, right? Or like what, you know, in Shroud. But yeah, we know some of these abilities, but they've kept a couple of little secrets from us, so we'll have to wait until there. And it is worth noting is that the Shroud does tank damage as well. You do soak damage. It's not like Harbinger Shroud, it's actually more like kind of Core Shroud or Reaper Shroud there as well. And yeah, then the weapon spells, yeah, they're going to be a little bit like Stances or Venoms, right? So you're going to have a buff that you apply to your allies that will have some kind of effect. Or it will be like charges of stuff. Like, they're going to bring back Splinter Weapon, guys, okay? Let's not pretend they aren't. It's absolutely iconic. Everyone loves that in Guild Wars 1. That is definitely dropping here. And yeah, I think it's going to be really cool because they now have this flexibility. They probably will have some boon component attached to this, but they've now got a lot of flexibility to do some pretty wacky stuff. And really go out there with some really interesting effects. And again, just really give the Ritualist this really, really powerful identity, right? So that will be cool. Big role play here as well. While weapon spells were ally targeted skills in Guild Wars 2 and Guild Wars 1, in Guild Wars 2, they behave a bit differently. The Ritualist will always receive the full effect of the skill, while up to 4 nearby allies will receive the effect at a reduced amount. For example, one skill may last for 5 seconds on the Ritualist and 3 seconds on their allies. Yeah, this is basically, they want to be careful here with they want to give themselves a couple of knobs to tweak when it comes to balance, right? They want to make sure that they have ways to make this like potentially non-problematic. When you're dealing with unique modifiers, you have to be a little bit careful, to be honest. And yeah, a smart decision, I would say, to not go with ally targeting. Ally targeting, in my opinion, it's not good in this game. The game just doesn't really have the UI support for ally targeting, to be honest, outside of PvP. It works pretty okay in PvP, but outside of PvP, it's a bit mediocre. With how it works, especially in PvE, to be honest. So I'm not really the biggest fan of that. It's a cool idea, but you'd need customizable UI. It would be completely fine if you could like move the squad UI to the middle of the screen, so you could, actually, very easily select people within the UI. But trying to click people in like a giant blob is wacky, to be honest. Like it's like unbelievably wacky. But yeah, that is the situation. But yeah, really cool. They've added Ritualist to the game. I think the roleplay is looking good here. Mechanically, this sounds pretty interesting as well. I really can't wait to see what all these do, particularly the elites, right? The elite skills have got me excited, guys. There's some really powerful effects, really interesting effects that we've seen them do so far. So, elite weapon skill. Here we go. You can see some of the spirits firing out their little projectiles. The Ritualist Shroud behaves similarly to the Necromancers. It's fueled by life force, and damage taken drains the life force. Once life force is fully drained, the player will exit their Shroud. I wonder if you get the damage reduction. They haven't specified if you get the damage reduction there, so maybe it's a bit like Spectre and you don't have that, but maybe it is. Like, it's not entirely know. It says it behaves similarly, but not exactly the same, so we'll have to wait to kind of confirm that detail one way or the other. Inside the Ritualist Shroud, Ritualists will have access to 3 skills that summon spirits: Anguish, Wanderlust, and Preservation. Of course, all named after spirits from Guild Wars 1. Each of these skills has an initial effect activated by the Ritualist, after which the spirit will appear. When a spirit is summoned, it performs a powerful attack before lingering in a more passive state. So a little bit like nature spirits on Ranger. So they have like this slam effect, and then it kind of does something. During that time, the spirit will periodically attack nearby enemies. These attacks can be focused on a specific enemy by targeting that enemy with the Shroud's basic attack. Otherwise, the spirits will simply attack an enemy that is in range. Spirits will usually disappear when exiting Shroud, so that you do need to be in Shroud to get these effects. However, there is a trait that allows them to stick around longer for a cost. That's going to be probably one of those more higher impact ones, kind of the GM angle, I'd say. But yeah, it's cool. Again, we're continuing this design of having these Grandmaster traits be very high impact. Very similar to kind of what we saw with Antiquary, right? Being able to like re-roll. That's probably going to be a GM trait as well. Re-roll your treasures, using initiative. Like that type of stuff that really changes up the gameplay and how you interact with your profession mechanic, I think is really exciting. For example, when activating Anguish, the Ritualist performs an initial strike on the target that inflicts cripple and vulnerability and marks that target to take additional damage from your summoned creatures. Yes, that includes minions. Look, you got some minion synergy. Look, I predicted some minion synergy. I was kind of expecting them to go a little bit further. I guess Ritualist is a little bit minion themed because you like summon stuff. But look, I was expecting like full minions, but at least we're getting a little bit of a minion support being out of there, guys. Minion monsters rejoice. You can summon an army of minions and an army of spirits. When Anguish is summoned, it fires a barrage of projectiles at the target that deal additional damage against controlled enemies and for each condition on the enemy. Fun fact, for those who haven't played Guild Wars 1, that's kind of similar to how it worked in Guild Wars 1, by the way, so that might give us a couple of clues. Not really for the other ones, but it is similar, because Wanderlust is like a CC. It was that in Guild Wars 1 as well, and Preservation was like a supportive, like regeneration-oriented spirit, so they're all in theme with how they were in Guild Wars 1, which is kind of cool, I think. Just a nice little bit of consistency. And of course, we're going to have to find out about that 5th ability in Shroud a little bit later on. I'm sure it's quite something. But yeah, that's kind of cool. There's a lot more to cover about the Ritualist Shroud, as well as some other trait interactions and the weapon skill utilities. Yeah, we didn't know. They have no tease. No tease. No weapon spell tease whatsoever here, actually. So yeah, stay tuned for that one. We're going to have to find out exactly what's going on there. And now, of course, we come to the Paragon. Okay, we come to the Paragon. Unrelenting protectors. Elona, land of the Golden Sun. A once opulent dynasty and triune of nations scarred by war, pestilence, and the machinations of divines and dragons over the centuries. In times of crisis, the nations of Elona could count on its most steadfast and inspiring of warriors, the Paragons, to serve as an unyielding phalanx against their foes without and within. In the past, these spear and shield-wielding fighters, were a favored specialization among the storied Sun Spears. However, the practice faded into obscurity after the second coming of Palawa Joko, who saw the Sun Spears summarily crushed and twisted into the Mordant Crescent. The inheritors of the practice eventually re-emerged in the years following Joko's demise. I actually like this type of roleplay because it's like, it's contextualizing the passage of time, right? Because, of course, we beat Joko and then time moves on and the game says, oh yeah, like a year has passed, but this is like a consequence of that. This is fun roleplay. Like, I do like how these elite specs are weaved into the world and how they kind of, these are emergent, right? They're actually adding like, oh, this is why you can be a Paragon now, right? Whereas previously they just kind of said, yeah, you went into Maguma and you fought a mushroom and you're a Reaper now. Nice. Like, you know what I mean? They did a little bit of lore in POF and EOD. I'll give them that, right? But I do like this. I hope they've got this in the game as well. And there's like a really good reason for this. And they do like some little quests, little collections, right? All that kind of fun stuff. I think that'd be pretty cool. But anyway, today, Paragons are still known for conjuring golden ethereal wings and shouting, bolstering chants and commands to empower their allies and demoralize their enemies. Hoping to expand this tradition beyond Elona, some Sunspear Paragons have begun offering their expertise to those willing to answer the call. All right, so let's get down to business. How does this work? Commanding respect. The Paragon is a staple pillar of Guild Wars 2 lore, and its elite specialization carries on the traditions of its original iteration. While the spears that were introduced in Guild Wars 2 Jantha Wilds have already brought one of the Paragon's key aspects to warriors, this elite specialization further delves into their role as commanders and defenders of Elona, granting them the ability to bolster and aid allies around them with chants and commands. Their presence is so powerful that they can, in a moment of dire need, command their allies to not die. The "we will never yield" elite skill prevents the Paragon and their allies from falling below 0 health for a short time. And yeah, that is a mega powerful effect. Essentially giving you immunity for a certain amount of time. And again, because this isn't invuln, you still take damage. This will probably be weighted at a longer duration than you might expect. And again, if you're at 0 health, that means you're, you know, once this ends, if you don't recover in some way, you're going to flop over, basically. But this is crazy strong. It means that you can do a really big aggressive push, go down to 0 health. Oh, just wallop the mic there. I hope you guys enjoyed that. Big aggressive push, big damage, and then you heal right at the last second, and you've kind of soaked and mitigated a massive amount of damage only to heal right at the last moment. This means that you can get around certain mechanics that even penetrate invulnerabilities in PvE, right? This allows you to basically take infinite damage in world versus world from a massive bomb, right? Crazy strong effect. Like, this is very comparable to the Troubadour Shared Distortion elite skill. In fact, it will be better than Shared Distortion, as we've kind of talked about, right, in a couple of different scenarios. Of course, worse in others, but, you know, invulnerability and not dying are different, right? But this is a crazy game-breaking style ability. So, yeah, let's see how that one turns out, and I imagine this is going to be kind of part of it there. You know, they love this kind of, like, you know, shoulders back, scream into the air animation in the trailer on the Paragon. They got a lot of value out of that one. Looks a little bit goofy, but, you know, also pretty epic at the same time. But anyway, what else has the Paragon got? Paragons build up motivation, a new resource whenever they use a burst skill. In addition to level 1 weapon bursts, Paragons gain access to chance, special burst skills that are available regardless of the weapon equipped. So basically, these do count as bursts, I assume, by the look of this. So they are going to have some kind of trait interaction there, which is pretty interesting, pretty notable. Because, of course, there's a lot, you know, Warriors had this burst skill and kind of like the F1 interaction with, like, every trait line since the beginning of time. So a lot of interactions will be popping up here. But you're going to have them all the time. And again, this is what I'm talking about. It's going to be, you're going to have your F1 for your burst, and then it's going to be F2, F3, F4. Maybe even F5, right? They might go crazy and add a whole bunch of abilities to the Paragon here to spend all of your resource on. And yeah, again, you use your burst skill to build your motivation, and you spend your motivation on this Paragon mechanic. So this is basically another layer on top of what Core Warrior has. And I'm a big fan of kind of builder spender stuff, right? And now you basically have, you know, your spender is now a builder. You've got 2 layers of builder spender on Warrior. We absolutely love to see that. And again, yeah, these chance skills come in 2 parts. The first part occurs immediately when you pop, and the second part, the refrain, is a pulsing beneficial effect. I mean, look, they're setting this up to obviously be a very powerful support core, but don't worry, we'll do damage as well. I know you Warrior mains like to bash things. You will definitely be able to do that. In my opinion, right? But, you know, obviously the identity of this Paragon is slightly support-oriented, right? They want to make that heal warrior a thing in all the game modes in a non-weird way, because, you know, they've tried to kind of do it with heal Berserker and heal Sworn, but, you know, mixed results with that one, to be honest. But yeah, again, you've got some depth there, you've got that initial effect, so you get that immediate impact, and you're going to have that pulsing support there as well. Again, this is kind of important to have when you're trying to make a support spec, because you need to add multiple components to a lot of things. The way Guild Wars 2 works now is that because stuff is so power crept, you kind of need to have a lot of buttons to keep up with the current state of the game, especially as a support when you're competing with some crazy strong builds. 100%. So it is really important that they've done this. I think they've identified this like issue very, very well. Like, Warrior needs a couple of extra buttons here to kind of make the stuff work. Refrains drain motivation and deactivate when it's depleted. So this is going to be, you know, I imagine like the more refrains you have up, it's going to be more of a drain, right? So you're going to have to be a little bit careful with how you end up spending this resource and try to keep blasting bursts, like generating adrenaline is going to be a big deal, right? Like big adrenaline, more bursts, more motivation. You get more of these instant effects, more of the passive effects there as well. In addition, the effects of refrain become stronger depending on the current motivation level. Thus, they're most effective when the Paragon stays on the front lines of battle. Yeah, so you're gonna have this situation where your resource is draining, but you want to keep like getting out there, right? And you're getting more bursts off to refresh that. So you're going to have like more and more motivation. So these effects become even more powerful. So there's actually a lot of kind of mechanical depth that's going on here, right? Like, and it really encourages you to be aggressive, which I think is really fun because a lot of supports are kind of passive in a way, right? You know, you kind of just, you know, you're chilling. I think this is kind of cool because it's really going to incentivize you to actually think about your resource generation, playing pretty damn aggressively, right? So that you are going to be able to continue to output your support, or indeed, like, you know, do damage and then use some of your resource to also support your allies at the same time. So I think really cool design, right? A really, really cool design in my opinion, with how this is going to go. And yeah, I feel very confident this is going to be cool. I'd say this is the one that I'm the most confident is going to have a really fun gameplay loop and seems to be the most mechanically solid. Don't get me wrong, I think Ritualist and the Antiquary are going to be wild and really interesting, but from the information we have here, this one seems to be, Paragon seems to be very well fleshed out, right? Like really well kind of thought up and cooked in terms of the actual elite spec mechanics here. So that is, it's good to see. Paragons also gain access to commands, which function similarly to shouts. Yeah, so basically we've got shout v2 here, affecting either enemies or allies around them. Furthermore, command skills come with an additional property called an echo. Echo is a secondary effect that triggers a short interval after a command is used, granting additional bonuses. However, echoes can also be triggered early by using a burst skill, allowing skilled paragons to strategically time their echo effects to turn the tide of battle. And yeah, this is also a really cool thing. Again, like, these elite specs need to be impactful. They've got to have layers. They've got to have depth. And they've been doing a very good job of this, in my opinion, so far with all of the elite specs. And we're doing it again here. You know, I shouldn't be super surprised, and neither should you. But yeah, this is another layer of depth. We have this motivation resource. We have the motivation interacting with the power. We have the initial effect. We have the pulsing effect. And we also have these commands, but we also have a secondary effect here to also think about with our burst skill, our profession mechanic, interacting with our utility skill. Yeah, cool. I like that a lot. And bear in mind, these commands are, they're going to be instant cast probably, but most of them, but they're probably not, maybe not all of them. Maybe some of them have a cast time. In fact, maybe they have a cast time because of what I'm about to say. But because they function similar to shouts, I think they won't. But I don't know. Look, I'm confusing you. I'm confusing myself now. You can think about this, right? You can start casting a burst skill, and then during the animation of the burst, pop your command, and then as the burst lands, you're going to get the first effect of the command, and then bam, you're going to get the bonus instantly. So this really incentivizes you to think, okay, I want to combine this command with this burst so to get an immediate power up, but it also, in a way, is going to give you some really interesting situations. Maybe you initially use the, okay, so let's say that there was a command that gives barrier or something, and the echo heals, right? You could think about it like this. You could go, okay, you use the command to give barrier, a big hit of damage comes in, and then you immediately use a burst skill to re-heal everyone. That's a really interesting interaction. And I'm expecting there to be a good chunk of depth with how you might actually interact with this, like how you might use your burst skills, your core warrior mechanic basically, combined with your elite specialization mechanics. Because bear in mind, it's more than that, right? You're going to use that burst skill. That's potentially going to juice up your motivation. You can then combo that with a chant, right, as well. So there's a lot going on here. And to be honest, I think this is exactly what the Doctor ordered when it comes to warrior. Right, I think that Warrior has historically been way too focused around, oh, you know, I'm going to use my burst. You've been very locked into what weapon you pick, right? Because your profession mechanic is linked to your weapon. And that's cool. I got no problem with that. But it's good to vary that up a little bit. And that's why I think it is important. These chants are accessible no matter what weapon you've got, right? These commands are going to interact with whatever burst skill you're using, right? So you have that flexibility. You have that approach. Which I think is pretty good, right? I like this a lot. I'm very excited to see what this looks like. Because, yeah, support warrior. I do like support builds. You know, I'm a big kind of support player. Heal Scourge, heal Tempest, all the good stuff. So this is going to be another one to add to the repertoire. So, yeah, Paragon looking very, very cool. And, yeah, that's it. That is it. Let's stay tuned. Because on Friday, it's all going down, gamers. We're going to do a full deep dive. I mentioned this earlier in the video, but of course, we are going to be doing that here on Twitch, guys. You guys know me. I love this stuff. We're going to watch the stream. We're going to do like a 1 hour deep dive on every elite spec, right? The thief mains are going to be there. They're mentally broken. They're saying, please, ArenaNet, please say this is some kind of joke. Anything but the SKRITT. Please, I beg you, not the SKRITT. ANTIQUARY are going to say, look, guys, the best I can do is you have 7 SKRITTs. That's your elite skill, summoning 7 SKRITTs. Get used to it. But anyway, I will see you guys then. I want to know, what do you guys think about this? Look, especially the thief mains, right? Because there's been some pushback against this, right? Like, I have had some unhappy, discontent thief mains about the place. I want to know, what the hell do you guys think about this? What do you make of this? Do you guys like it? Do you guys hate it? Right? Like, are you waiting to see what's going to happen for the full reveal? Let me know. Of course, the same with the Ritualist and the same with the Paragon there as well. And, of course, that does mean next week we are getting the final reveal, and that's going to be for the Revenant, the Engineer, and the Elementalist. So, look, guys, the Ellie mains get trolled too. You guys get the final elite spec. Okay, the Rev and Engie, they're very chill, but, you know, Ellie's... Yeah, dude, Ellie got peak trolled, no? Because they initially teased Evoker first, but then they dropped, like, Gale Shot and Luminary instead. So, Ellie's, you guys got trolled hard. I'll have to tell you. With the reveal order there. But listen, it's better late than never. It's going to be happening. It's going to be happening there for the Evokers, of course, right at the end of the reveal season, right before the beta. So if you think about it, you guys also get the, you know, a short tease period before the beta. So listen, every cloud has a silver lining, all that kind of stuff. But anyway, that's going to do it for me. Leave your comments below. Thanks for watching. Follow, subscribe, leave comments, like video, watch my stream, we do the reveals, subscribe, is the notification bell even still a thing? I don't even know, but if it is, definitely do it, okay, because you're going to want to see, one, when I go live on Twitch and YouTube to describe, to do a full review of all the stuff, and when I upload the individual reviews as well, if watching a VOD is impossible, okay, and also, one more thing, you guys know it, okay, if you're hyped for your elite spec, then you know what? It's time. Buy the game using my referral link, guys. Exclamation mark GW2 in the chat. It will be linked in the description, in the comment section, everywhere. Click it. Awesomeness fixed it. Don't even need to disable ad block these days. Wow. What an incredible, what an incredible opportunity, guys. Click the link and give me money. That is my, it's a pretty good deal if you ask me. But anyway, that'll do it. Thanks for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Leave your comments, and I'll see you next time. There we go. We're out. We're done. We are done. We love to see it. The slop's over. Yeah. How long was it? I mean, that was a good chunk of slop. That was like 40 minutes of slop, right? Dude, my voice is really rough. Guys, I am never, ever, ever doing that sleep schedule ever again, man. Like, that weekend fucked me. Okay, I did drops, 15 hours a day streaming, into 3 days in a row with like 3 hours sleep, including an 8-hour political debate screaming match. I am never doing that again. Yeah. That was horrible. Yeah. Yeah, my voice needs to recover for the Race the World's First, guys. Oh, wait, I have time, though. I have time. It's fine. It's fine. We have 2 weeks. It's not a problem. We have 2 weeks. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Yeah. Go to early to get the British experience. Yeah, I mean, my voice is pretty different now. Like, Community Month did change it. I feel like it's kind of recovered a fair bit from Community Month, though. I think it's basically back to normal, kind of. I definitely, like, man, I'm really struggling to speak today. Like, I'm probably not going to stream super long. I'm going to stream the WoW raid, which is in 2 hours, basically. But I'm actually hoping we basically one-shot everything. I actually really want to just... I'm not going to lie, guys. I want to go stream off and rest my voice. It's actually kind of bad. Like, I've got quite a lot of, like, throat pain right now from, like, talking too much. And just not sleeping enough, right? It's like the two things combined, like, fuck me over. Like, big time, yeah. Not good. It is what it is. That is just the way it is. Huge. Elite Fit content? Yes. I guess you just kind of missed it. Troubadour shirts, instant replies? No, that would be so broken. Holy shit. Dude, if it did that, it would be like by far the most broken spec in the game. That would be so disgusting. You share a 20% stat buff with all your allies? That's like no joke. That's like a 150k DPS build. I don't know what to tell you. Like... Oh, dear, dear, dear. Maybe not 150k, but like 100k at least. Problem? You know, dude, I'm actually, look. I'm exposing awesomeness. Awesomeness trolled the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. Unironically, and people got baited. Okay? Look at this. The biggest noob trap is the 1000 Astral Acclaim gold gain bonus. This is the first thing I buy every season, Reformed. I say, obviously, I heard you buy the Obsidian Shard. S tier item. Fake news, I exclusively go to Temple of Balthazar if I need shards. Clearing it if needed. I buy the Essence of Gold first because it's the only steady source of gold find and number go up. Plus, the earlier it's purchased, the faster it pays for itself. Now, this is obviously a meme comment, but here's the thing. Baited. This guy actually gets trolled. The thing you calculate is how long it will take you to make 28.5 gold off 1% increase to gold find. Maybe you have numbers that we don't have that make this make sense. But if... but the replayment period for this is in the order of years. Yeah. I've been doing this since before I joined ANET. I've never calculated. I have zero insights to how long it takes. I primarily play strikes, raids, and world versus world. I'm not even sure if those are affected by gold find. Incredible. Dude, okay, do you know the meme here, by the way? Holy shit. Like, have you seen the consequences of what you've done, by the way, awesomeness? Okay, have you seen what you did? Let me actually see if I can find the other comments. Because other people... Yeah, oh my god. Dude, look at this comment thread. The responses in this thread explain why they won't change it. Look at all the people who, unironically, justify buying them. Including an ANET employee, 47 points upvoted. That's crazy. Like, people have actually got trolled by this. Like, bro works at ANET and he's trolling the subreddit. This guy's crazy. Wow. Insane. Until they nerf transfusion, how do you counter Scourges in PvP right now? Look, I hate to say it, but you log out. That's how you do it. That's how you counter it. Oh, to tell you, it's that's gonna be rough. Like, oh, thanks. Excellent choice. Yeah. I buy the Essence of Gold because it's the only steady source of gold fund number go up. Yeah, people interpret that as also just saying that like gold find is actually highly valuable and like big money. I just don't continue to strain you throughout. Oh, it's just rest, right? It's just that I yelled a lot, I was screaming a lot, and I ran my voice ragged and didn't sleep. I did that for like 3 days in a row, and I also did 3 15-hour streams in a row. And well, you guys know me, right? I talk a lot. I don't think there's a lozenge that can save me from that. Does Mela play Guild Wars 2? I don't think so, no. So, I mean, look, I definitely think that it's good. You've got to stay relaxed. I think that, you know, taking, you know, a little lozenge, definitely not the worst idea in the world, but I'm not gonna lie, it really is simple. Just don't do that, right? Like, you know, that's what I need to do is just not do that. How do you not get RSI complaints with 3 15-hour streams in a row? Well, one, I'm kind of used to it. But two, I actually used to. I used to have really bad RSI. And I actually resolved it with some ergonomic stuff. So I used to have really bad RSI in both my hands, actually. And it was so bad that I was I use Visual Studio for coding, right? Oh yeah, guys. Oh yeah. That's what I type the code, guys. I'm opening like, you know, all these files. It's crazy. I'm a hacker. But anyway, you know, I was struggling to even like scroll through my files. Seriously, that's how bad it was. It is that I was genuinely having like a lot of discomfort scrolling through projects, right? And it was a viewer, actually, Powerful Voss, who suggested this to me, and it really helped. It was basically it's a simple solution. I basically just have like a little gel mouse mat that I rest my wrist on, because I assume, and I'm sure someone in the chat might actually have more insight into this on what's actually going on a physiological level, but it basically, like, the pressure of my wrist onto my desk what was causing the problem and causing the issues with my hand, in my hands and my fingers, and alleviating that just kind of fixed it. Yeah, I don't really have problems with RSI, like wrist pain, hand pain anymore. Like, even with like really long gaming sessions. Yeah, and changing my posture helped a lot too, because I just have like a better posture with my left hand as well. So that's pretty good. Oh, I said carpal tunnel syndrome. I don't think I had carpal tunnel because I think that's more of like a severe thing, right? I'm not a doctor. I didn't see anyone about it. So I don't know exactly how that would be, but I guess kind of like in the same kind of direction, yeah. So yeah, that really helped me. Like, really helped me with wrist pain. And yeah, I've got something for, I have something for my left hand as well, but I don't actually really have problems with my left. The problems I had was particularly with like, scrolling the mouse with my right hand. My left hand was kind of okay. I had a little bit of pain, but it was mostly my mouse hand that I had a lot of discomfort with. And yeah, just getting a proper rest for it, like, sorted me out, no problem. I used to let my wrist hang. Now I have my entire arm up to my elbow on the desk. That's really interesting. Yeah, no, yeah, that's interesting actually. That was the approach that you went with. Yeah, I've never tried that actually, but that's interesting. Yeah, no, I guess I have like half my forearm on the desk, I guess, with my left, and kind of same on my right. Wristband straight with WSD is really good. That actually is a good idea. I don't do that, but that's not a bad idea at all, actually, yeah. At not the right level, it puts pressure on the wrist and shoulders. Yeah, I basically have my, I don't know, I don't know how to describe it. I guess my elbow is level with my wrist, I guess, right now. I have a corner desk and my whole arm rests on the desk. That probably does help, doesn't it? Yeah. Huge. Rich is being shrouded still? Well, not entirely unsurprising, is it? I think it's fine. I don't have an issue with it. Seems good. I had to play quick go and gill so this. Yeah, it sucked. It was really uncomfortable. It was a big problem. Like if you know what, I was genuinely really struggling to play the game. Like I remember like, oh, what would I do? Playing the game was like very difficult for me at that time. Like I would try to like minimize my inputs as much as possible, and I was constantly trying to like stretch out my forearms, right, like all the time. I did like a lot of stretches for my hands online. Well, I found, you know, well, I didn't do them online, right? I found a bunch of them online and tried to do exercises. Uh-huh. Ah, Aura. Yeah, very nice. Yeah, that Power Mirage is fucking cranking, no? That's crazy. Oh, it's Condi? That's cringe! That's way lower energy. Oh yeah, I see. It's Axe. Incredible! Time to SKRITT. I don't know, Thief Mains come into Ellie or Warrior Mains? Well, look, I told you, like, Thief Mains, they... Look, you know, they're not high, right? Like, you know, they're not as powerful as Ellie mains or Warrior mains. But surely the Warrior mains are happy with this, right? There's no shot the fucking Warrior mains aren't happy with this, no? Am I crazy? I feel like Paragon looks pretty sick. I think it's pretty good. I think it's pretty good. Kind of goofy. I will admit it looked a little bit goofy. They did play the same animation quite a lot. That is true. Hell yeah. Glowing cursor, it's a setting. It is cursor contrast. You can even make it go even more. Though that one I think looks ugly as fuck, so I don't use it. But I do use the other one. There is that one. Incredible. I get to dictate if people die or not, and this is pretty powerful, yeah. It sounds very strong. Sounds like it's going to be pretty juicy, which is cool, obviously. And now back to World versus World Liege. I love World versus World Liege. Wait, wait, Paragon destroyed my hope? Wait, I'm actually curious. Like, why do you say that, actually? An unsubstantiated claim? Dude, I can substantiate that claim. Warriors cry insanely hard about literally everything. Like, they say that their class is dog shit for basically no reason. They complain that, like, the wrong version of warrior isn't meta. They complain about, like, the wrong elite spec being meta. They complain about triple arc divider being gone. What is it talking about? The people on forums and in YouTube comments. Says the guy who probably never played Warrior. It's actually one of the classes I played the least, but I have played it. Anyway, why would that be relevant? Like, why would it be relevant for me to have played the class to, like, notice how much, like, how many people who main it cry? If you played, you would understand. No, I wouldn't. I've played Necro for ages. Dude, I've played classes when they've actually been bad, okay? Unlike bro, I mean, I'm not gonna lie. No, it doesn't. Explain why it doesn't? Because Warrior has been one of the most historically powerful classes in the game. In all game modes. That is why. Warrior is currently not, like, super amazing in PvP, actually, but it's very good in World versus World and PvE currently. And it's one of the most common meta classes for PvP as well. So there is that. Incredible. Oh, shit. Got a little kind of 2v2 scenario here. I think we go Soul Beast here. Yeah. Need to finish this as a ranger. Oh, this is a berserker. Huge. Incredible. Yeah, we got him. I mean, what's valid? gw2 though with the Prime and Nanny with the Prime too. Any Antiquary enjoyers? Listen, there's plenty. We love it. Nerfed hard, despite being nerfed hard needed in World vs. World Zergs. I mean, dude, like, Warrior's good. I want to tell you. Functionally, it is bad, like the whole Blade Sworn. Well, I mean, dude, I feel like this is the thing. Like, a Warrior is one of the most mechanically clean specs in the entire game. Like, there's a reason why people love 1v1ing Spellbreakers in PvP and why, like, so many people who like duels play Spellbreaker. It's because of that. Yeah. It's because, yeah, like Spellbreaker is very mechanically clean. I mean, I mean, look, dude, this is something that I actually know what I'm talking about. Like, I'm very familiar with the PvP scene and the World versus World, like, scene. Yes, people who like 1v1s really like Warrior and really like Spellbreaker in particular. Yeah. And a big part of that is because of, like, how, skill testing Spellbreaker is to play and to play against, and because of how robust mechanically it is. That's objectively true. That's not even, you can't even argue that, right? Like every PvP would agree with that. And that kind of extends to a lot of Warrior specs in general. I feel less that way about Berserker, but a little bit, to be honest. I think Berserker feels that way too, to be honest, like the duelist builds that you play for Berserker. But like absolutely for Spellbreaking, yeah. Nice videos in the background. I know what you're talking about. Ah, that's good. Look, you know, you'll when you eventually come across it, you'll go, ah, I remember that from like 3 videos ago. And then it'll be like, bam. Lock in. It's time. Oh. This, Ranger. The Druid situation. Incredible. Expansion is easy for hero points using pathing. I feel like, I mean, HOT is very fast, actually, like, if you use pathing. Like, I'd say HOT and EOD are, like, the best for speed. When they call their race OP. Terran is weak, and also I respect your opinion. Like, I mean, honestly, I feel like you could say that about, like, I mean, I will admit this, guys. Like, I am a Terran enjoyer, okay? And dude, Terran players cry way too fucking hard. Like, way too hard. Like, Terran players cry even when Terran is the best race in StarCraft 2. Like, Protoss players, they are a little bit more Giga Chad. Like, their race is dog shit, and they're like, yeah, it is what it is. Like, you know, we show up and we log in. And Zerg, but okay, the thing is, they're okay. In fairness, Zerg is currently in the same situation. Basically, Zerg is getting absolutely annihilated balance-wise right now because of Serral. Like, Zerg is essentially balanced around Serral right now. As Terran was balanced around Bjorn for a long period of time, to be honest. And I would also say that, like, Ghost in particular ultimately got balanced around Clem and Maru. Honestly, probably more towards Clem, which it is what it is. But, I mean, Zerg players are having that experience now. It happens. Bros thinks, everyone cries. Well, I mean, they do. Except, honestly, NG mains, man. NG mains, they're very chill. NG mains are chill. Ranger mains are chill. Rev mains are pretty chill. I think Rangers are pretty chill as well. Like, there's not a lot of crying going on there with Rangers. Even when Untamed was, like, unplayable garbage, people were like, I just like the spec, bro. I just play the spec. NG mains are not chill. How are NG mains not chill? Mech? Okay, well, yeah, but that's not NGs. That's mech. Like, mech is a separate thing. It's not the same thing. That's mech mains, not NG mains. I saw the mutation. It's actually not that bad, Plenix. It's annoying because I hate Fatal Attraction. But the other ones aren't actually that bad. Like, the stealth one basically does nothing, right? You just need, like, stealth detection, then it's irrelevant. And then what's the other one? It's Fatal Attraction, stealth. Oh, and the mines. The mines actually are pretty annoying because the mines are also stealth, so you can't see them. Played Guild Wars 1 and 2, but stopped many years ago. Want to have a chill time to enjoy myself? Which of these do you recommend? I assume I would suck into PvP. Well, yeah, maybe you would suck, but it's still fun, though. I'd say just honestly play around a little bit. I'd experiment. Like, try as much as possible. There's a lot of variety in the game. I'd really, you know, I'd really get in there. That's how it is. Well, so World Trains are fun times. Yes, indeed. Daily reminder, Ventari tablet is the best pet in the game. Yeah, I mean, look, maybe that's, maybe they're adding that. Oh, this guy's 1v1ing. Core Necro, huh? Versus a Core Warrior. Both pretty tanky builds. I don't think the Core Warrior has enough damage to kill the Necro, though. He's also Rifle Warrior, which is a pretty interesting choice. Oh, kill shot? Oh, dude, it did like no damage. Unlucky. You honestly hate to see that. SKRITT. I'm hit. Oh shit. Dude, he actually won. Oh, he's go. Dude, the banner stomp as well. Holy. That's crazy. Oh, wait, was it a gank? Wait, did that guy gank him or something? Oh, he got ganked? Oh. I wasn't paying attention. Some rando murdered him. Dude, that's crazy. People got no respect, huh? Why is Catalyst a meme spec? Because it's like an F. You just add an F5. It's despair. It's Core Alley with summon a little sphere. New spell coming out. Yeah, release date. Oh, yeah, October 28th. Beta at the end of August or 20th of August. Yeah, the utility skills also sucked. That's also true. Anything going on with EB? The Elite Ellie spec that everyone wanted? I think it'll be pretty cool. I love Catalyst. I love Catalyst. I mean, who doesn't? Under attack? Yeah, we go defend. We will defend Mendens. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. Shout out to Scott1207, who leaves comments on YouTube. He's based. Got this guy in here. Look, we can gank one reinforcement. If we can gank one reinforcement, guys, there's hope. I don't think it's going to be a pat. It's not going to be like a full pat. Doesn't make any sense. Yo, Nefisto with the Prime. Necro builds video? Oh, it's on the list. It's on the list. A couple of things have thrown me off, but I'm working on it. It is on the list. Yeah, this is going to be a bit of a problem. I don't think we're getting into that. Minion Monster. I love minions. We need to, like, gank people. It's the only way. We've got to gank people at the back. I just think they're making kind of a mistake by pushing here. I think this actually might lose them the objective. I don't know why they left. They should have just, like, killed the Lord. Why did they push out? Pushing out, they ran right into the arrow cards. This was a mistake. They don't want the win enough. I guess not. On the side of the bridge and took 0 damage. Tunnel vision. Look, that is the ultimate secret. If you just stand, like, to the side or behind people, usually you just take no damage. Yeah, the entire team just fed into us. Antiquary is an out-of-season April Fool's joke. Look. I was not expecting ArenaNet to nuke Thief mains, but it's a welcome surprise. Okay? A surprise, but a welcome one. Dude, I'm hoping that it's, like, even more unhinged. When they drop it on Friday, they just drop... It's just ridiculous. It's, like, beyond absurd. It actually just is insane. It's the most wacky shit ever. The Thief the Thief mains are completely in shambles. Just letting you know, I moved to YouTube from Twitch because I'm more at home with the bass doomers over here. Antiquary bad, remove guitar. Well, there you go then. It's threaded on fire. What have we got here? Jesus Christ. I'm not a Thief main, but I'm so sorry for those who are. I'm a Thief main, I want a KMS. You're in luck. Antiquaries can even break the rules of regular combat, allowing them to reverse a dire situation, or at the very least, take themselves and their opponents out in a blaze of glory. We'll see on stream, but I wanted to play card tricks like a magician. They've got the Gambler class. That checks out. Is this Looney Tuesday? I feel like every day with Antiquary is Looney Tuesday. Man, dude, I hope Twitch chat isn't cancer for the stream on Friday. You'll need to goddamn behave yourselves. That's how it is. Yours are ANETs? Oh, mine will be well behaved. I mean, like all of the Thief mains in the Guild Wars 2 channel. Hello, frogs. Like you arrived here with the frogs, all caps. Boom. Okay, we've got 2 kills already. This is definitely not the fight for us. Although we kind of have the swarm here. The swarm is activated. It's over. I'm pulled. Peeling the onion. Rat jam. I hope Antiquary is like Scourge level broken god tier meta. Riches looks lame. I mean, I think we need to see the full toolkit, right? They didn't give too much away with Rit. Didn't show us about the weapon skills, all that kind of stuff. I think there's a lot we actually don't know about that one. I mean, they did show a fair bit. There's a good chunk in there, 100%. Dervish gamers? I guess that's not really going to be a thing. No Dervish for us. I don't already have it with Reaper, though, to be honest. We kind of going over old territory to an extent. Is this fight still going on? We're in. It's time. The swarm is here, guys. It's time. Rev, it could be Dervish. I mean, it would be pretty funny if that was the case. I don't think so, though. It doesn't really look like Dervish. There's no, like, indication of that, I think. Rev, we Cryptus. Does look like that, yeah. But it's still very ambiguous. I feel like it could be anything. It could be, like, literally anything. Paragon yells 15 literally doesn't die. I mean, that's an insanely strong effect. It is game breaky. It is like a very game breaking effect. When the Zerg would run to the Glamour and punch itself because everyone spammed keys. Well, there you go. I think you can still kind of do that. Well, not that, but glamours are still pretty good. Some legend voice lines added to the about Crypto. Oh, really? Brought culture to the cryptos. Oh, that's pretty interesting, actually. I didn't hear about that. Voice control Paragon skills would be insanely high. Well, I mean, look, someone can just make that. Someone can make voice commands, and then you link it up to, like, you have the correct keybinds, and then when you say something, it actually does it. And you say the name of the skill, and then the character actually does it. That's hype. Malik's voice line. The veil between the mists is thinner. Also mentioned the painted lady. Interesting. Berserker tank a few years ago. I checked it again, like 2 trades over the current heal Zerker. Looks like my idea was early. Wait, I mean, what do you mean? Like heal, like, well, those are 2 different things. Like tank and healer. Not quite the same thing. The stats on the gear? Well, I mean, it's also just like what, you know, the weapons and what the abilities actually do. Tell me the best class is going to be NG. Yeah, I think the NG one's going to be cool. NG is probably going to be cool. Boom. Let's take a look at the Guild Wars 2 subreddit. Actually looks okay. Doesn't look too bad. Antiquary despair. I mean, there's a little bit of despair. Why despair? I mean, people really wanted their card wizard. YouTube comments worse. No. YouTube is going to be very high intelligence. Look, we're going to train YouTube, guys. I will admit, YouTube did not, you know, do itself proud today, but it will eventually. YouTube will have high intelligence after I'm done with it. Twitch currently has a very high IQ. I'd say around 20. YouTube a little behind that, but we're working on it. I will admit, ANET did troll themselves with the icons. There's no denying that. I don't know why they went this way. I don't know why Luminary is a shield. I don't really know why they made Antiquary cards. It's not super related. A little bit of bait going on there. Symbol for collections? It's pretty tenuous in my opinion. "80% of elite spec icons make no sense." I mean, I'm not sure if that's true. Like, Harbinger's got a little elixir. Tempest is like a little storm thing. Reaper is Reaper. Protomancer is a clock. I guess Weaver is kind of like a random icon. So is Scourge. Some of them are definitely random icons. But thing is, if it's a random, it's not the same if it's a random icon, by the way. Like the reason why people are confused with these specs is because they're like slightly misleading, right? Like the Card Wizard or the Shield Guardian, it's almost, it's not just like a random icon. It's like almost inappropriate, right? That, you know what I mean? Like it's a different criticism. Did the stream for new specs already happen? Well, I mean, the stream of ANET is on Friday. Incredible. Oh, man. I actually might not stream that much more, guys. I'm feeling pretty tired. I'm feeling quite tired, and I also want to rest my voice. Might be a bit of a short one today. Change Antiquary icon to XDD. I mean, that is possible, yeah. That would be quite the icon if it was just XDD, especially if it was XDD tree. That would be extra potent. I keep remaking classes of different races. Am I cooked? Nah, it's fun. Nothing wrong with that. Oh. Actually a player. Boom! Thief stack him. He's going to port on me. Oh. Nice. Would you say I have tenure in Guild Wars 2? I've got tenure on the internet. You're never going to be rid of me. The RNG part? Yeah, the RNG is going to be really interesting to see how that one plays out, to be honest. And how they're going to manage that, because ANET are not the biggest fan of RNG. It's going to be big, guys. It's going to be very, very big indeed. Friday stream. Full expose of the elite specs. It's huge. It's massive even. How big? Maybe too big. Honestly, it might be too big. I could imagine it being too big. I'm auto-attacking. It might be too much. No sound issues? Yeah, I mean, like, I'm hoping for 1080p, let alone sound issues, right? 720p stream? What's going on? We kill the script when it's trying to pilfer? I mean, I don't think so. 240p? I think Magras would like 240p. Look, okay, Trig wanted to say Magrest on the last stream. I know he wanted to say Magrest. The question is, will he give in to the urge before, before the end of the reveals?
Dragon Hunter changes.
Dragon Hunter, which I know a certain person very excited for this.
Yep.
I've been told I can't say their name. Magrest, anyways. So yeah, modifier increases to Dragon Hunter. It's about 5% on Adept and then 5% on the GMs. Hopefully bring it up in line with some of those other bursty builds. So yeah.
Magrest, anyways. Just a quick reminder there, guys. This all started from the misinformation that Magrest mains DH, which is, I believe, not the case. In fact, if anything, it's kind of the opposite. Kind of. Right? Because I believe, he would often point out that Dragon Hunters often perform poorly in Raid. Like, for example, if a player died instantly, he would often say a comment like, of course it's the DH, or of course they main Dragon Hunter. And I believe he originally did want to main DH, but of course DH not in the best spot in the game. So I think he was kind of like a disgruntled main, if you will. There's no evidence of me playing DH. There is, but good luck finding it. I feel like you're just challenging people now. Like, the thing is, like, how would you respond to that evidence surfacing? Like, if you were caught playing DH, like, how do you deal with that? Like, what's your response? Like, how would you, like, what would that be? Your arrogance will be your undoing. Easy. It was many, many years ago. And like, how do you feel about that? Like, how do you feel about the fact that you used to play DH? Is there guilt? Like, what is the situation? Same way I used to main Soul Beast. But I mean, yeah, there's nothing wrong with maining Soul Beast. It's not an issue. Thief is now the rat summoner, comes full circle. Yeah, very much so. It's appropriate. Ow. SMC time login. Dude, it's got like chain CC'd by the Lord's Meteor Shower. You honestly hate to see that. You really hate to see it. Five-man warrior parties with Paragon Spellbreaker, DPS core warrior. I mean, look, I can see it happening. It's looking pretty juicy. And they're certainly going to have potential in World vs. World. Like, that elite skill sounding really good, obviously. You're going to have boons, you're going to have buffs. All the usual kind of core warrior stuff, too. The real lore is I started maining Firebrand when it was good. I only played DH because I didn't want to reroll to a different class at the time. Well, there you go. That's the lore, guys. Now we know. Oh. Maybe some opponents coming in. Oh, yeah, green is showing up. We just kill the Lord now, though. They're going to be forced to... Oh, actually, there's a lot of green there. I kind of want to kill the Lord, though. Lord is nearly down. Lord is down. They now have to commit to the circle. Reddit review. As a professional, there's no fucking way. This is a troll post. I read the title and there's just no way that this can be legitimate. Let's take a look at this thread, guys. This is gonna be some chat GPT shit, man. I guarantee you. Where are the M dashes? Wait, what is this post actually about? Oh, wait, what is this? Wait, what? Oh no, this is guy doesn't like the RP. Because, like, you know, you're like stealing Jan Theory artifacts. Oh no. I'm not gonna lie, guys, I don't think it's that deep. Wait, I've been leery of the wait. Dude, I want to hear about this. I've been leery of the story direction since Living Story Season 1. So it's not like this is the only reason I cannot continue with this game. I also left archaeology to practice law, and frankly, I don't have lots of free time between work and school, but I encourage ANTIQUARY to consider the wider implication of portraying archaeology for profit and the impact that has in normalizing such behavior to the audience, even just a nod to a popular film franchise that lacks the same impact in the game world. Wait, I wonder, wait, is this like a... what are the... Wait, what? Why would you bring this up? Okay, this is very sus to bring this up. Living Story Season 1? This is like 10 years ago. Wait, this guy's been leery of the direction since then. And, like, this is where he draws the line? When archaeology was mediocre or memed, it's only a game. Actual spec is based on profiteering from antiquities trade. Another day at the market. I mean, yeah, it's clearly a meme. That's the thing, though. Like, it's clearly a fucking meme. The entire spec is a meme. The rad was too much, guys. Wait, is this legitimate? I'm just not sure if this is legitimate or not. And it's got like, we've got some sources linked as well, guys. Sources have been linked. This is the final straw, guys. Yeah, the fucking SKRITT like brought the hatred of Living World Season 1 back up to the surface. Rajam, I'm hit. Is actually true. Oh, I mean, here's the thing, though, right? Like, do we seriously think ANET is like, ah, yes, this elite specialization is a serious representation of the archaeology profession? If anything, the fact that it's the thief profession is like a little bit of meta commentary on the entire concept, no? Yeah, exactly. It is the reverse. It's thief. Pulled the guitar from. I mean, look, the SKRITT gets it. Yeah, like the SKRITT hands it over. Like the SKRITT has access to it. Riff it up, my dude. I think they're serious. I mean, look, ANET are deadly serious. Ah, the goose. Snab is here. Why are there pyramids in Egypt? Because they couldn't find a ship big enough? Damn right. Fellas, imagine we had pyramids. Dude, we had pyramids in the UK, that'd be pretty based. Why has nobody done that? Why did nobody copy the pyramids? Like, make our own. We got Stonehenge, I guess. I guess we don't really need pyramids. Although they look kind of cool. Big earth mounds? I mean, I guess that's alright. Like, you know, nothing wrong with a giant earth mound. Does Antiquary call you ancestrally? Look, why do you think so many Brits are in, like, world PvP game modes? Like, has that not struck you as wise? As weird, guys? Like, Brits like world versus world? And, like, world PvP conquest games? You shouldn't be surprised by that. They turn Warrior into Augmentation Evoker. I feel like the Ritualist one is more of the Augmentation Evoker. But I mean, like, every spec in this game is kind of Augmentation Evoker. Shit, we're in. Although, I'm not going to play. I think I'm going to turn off the stream, guys, in a couple of minutes. I'm going to be honest. I think I'm actually going to rest my voice up a bit. I don't think I really have much content to give you today. I think I'm done with delivering content. At least for now. I want to rest up my voice a little bit. I need to make sure it's actually in good condition over the next couple of weeks. And I'm actually pretty tired. I'm trying to, like, rearrange my sleep a bit. I've been up since like 5 in the morning, so I'm actually a little bit tired. Big gym session today. Went for a run afterwards. Lovely, lovely, lovely. But feeling a little bit, trying to recombobulate my sleep a bit. Because look, Yeah, we already saw this one actually, Nike. So definitely an interesting take on the subreddit. Yeah. Meta train I made. Give it. Okay. Eighth Blade Assault, Doppelgang, Casino Blitz, Pinata, Verdant Brink, Chak, Octovine, Deathbound Shadow, Titanic Voyage, Dragonstorm, Kining Blackout. I think Kining in general kind of sucks. Here, what you can actually do, by the way, is you can do hero points, kind of what you're doing here. Hero points are actually really good in HOT as well. But I'd replace Kining. Kining sucks. Unless, I guess, if you really want Kining. If you really care about Imperial Favor, like maybe Echovold or like Dragon's End's really good for Imperial Favor if you want Imperial Favor. But, you know, it's obviously a little bit... And you look, I know people like Pinata because of the infusion. I actually think Pinata is not good. Like, the POF meta events in general are actually pretty mid. Like, the HOT stuff's really good. The EOD stuff's really good, especially for Imperial Favor. Like, Eighth Blade Assault's very good at meta, actually. Very underrated. Like, Bavanisos, yeah, it's whatever, obviously. Dragonstorm is really good. Kining, I think, is mid. Echovold or Dragon's End are better. Deathbound Shadow, again, I think it's still a little bit overrated, to be honest. It's kind of annoying to get on the map for sometimes, too, because, you know, the way that the event works. Yeah, the Anomaly is good. You definitely want to get the Anomaly in there. It fits pretty naturally into the train as well. But yeah. How'd you rank each spec reveal so far? I'll do a tier list of this after we've got all the reveals. Let's see. What's the best one? I think Gale Shot's really good. I actually like Paragon, how Paragon sounds mechanically. I think Paragon is going to be very interesting mechanically. We can do like the stronger ones and the weaker ones. Gale Shot, Paragon are the stronger ones. I'm going to say, guys, I think Antiquary as well. Antiquary is very weird and exciting. I think that's cool. On the reveals, well, it's a little bit unfair because we haven't seen the stream. I want to say Ritualist is maybe not that hype yet because I feel like we haven't seen enough of Ritualist yet to really get energized about it, but it definitely looks solid. I'd say the weaker one, Luminary is weird. Luminary, I really want to get my hands on, to be honest. I think that's one of the lesser hype ones, but not because the spec is like less hype or bad or something. I think it's just, I feel like you need to play it, right, to comprehend Luminary. Yeah. And you know what, weirdly enough, Troubadour is like nice RP, and it's going to be broken, but I feel like mechanically, it's not mind-blowing, right? Like, it's cool, and I think I'm going to enjoy playing it, I think. But it's not, like, mind-blowing mechanically, you know what I mean? With how it is. I would argue that Paragon and Gale Shot are more interesting mechanically than Troubadour is what I would say. Right? Yeah, that's what I would say. Doomer? Well, no, I'm not dooming. I'm just guys. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? Okay, I'm trying to say like which one I think is more interesting versus less interesting. You're like, well, you know, you hate the game. It compete with Crota is the concern. I think it will, yeah. I think having just like all the support packaged in and distort share is pretty big. Don't even get stronger effects with more notes, only the associated instrument duration. Yeah. And that, of course, allows you to have that synergy with your crescendo and with your utility skills, right? So I'd say like Troubadour. I'm not, don't get me wrong, I'm not like shitting on Troubadour. I think all these elite specs are actually pretty hype. But you know, if I had to do a tier list of like which one I think is like less exciting, then they're all exciting. But you know, on a scale of like, you know, giga hype to like, oh yeah, it's really cool. Maybe not quite as interesting as it could be. Yeah, like Troubadour is probably. I don't think Troubadour is like mind blowing on a mechanical level. I think it's really nice for world versus world though, because you don't have to deal with clones. Only if that's the hyper Troubadour and Gale Shot will be NG. Yeah, the engineer one could be really exciting. 100%. Boom. It's over. Casting the WoW Race to Worlds first? Yes. We are locked in. Look, it's one of the reasons why I've got to fix my sleep schedule, guys. Because I basically said I will cast any time of day, like, you know, day or night, 24/7 availability. So I've got to be up. We're doing some of the morning shifts, guys. We're going to be there bright and early at like 6 a.m. sometimes. Stay tuned. Yeah, we've got the day, we've got the morning shift, we've got the night shift, we've got the everything shift. There's a lot of coverage, actually. Inventory cleaning clip in your upcoming video? Yeah, sure. It's a good clip. Like the other two during the reveal of Troubadour. Right now, I don't think they really have a core identity, proper RP. Well, I mean, it will definitely get tweaks. Sold the stacks of actual physical pain. Oh, I've done much worse than that. I've like vended ascended gear. Like whenever I get annoyed with my inventory, I just like vendor all the exotics, all the like everything in my inventory. I've even like vended, you know, ectos and stuff. Ectos, tier 5s, random materials, like random everything. It's all been thrown into the vendor space. Sometimes it has to be done. It's got to be done, guys. Yeah, the thing is, though, vendoring is faster. Like, yeah, you could obviously sell on the TP, but vendoring is quicker. Omega. Scarlet is a metaphor for Magnus before it even existed. I mean, that is true. Or at least somewhat true. Shout out to YouTube, by the way, guys. LFGro? Yeah, they talked about that a little bit. They need to add like need to add LFR difficulty to raids. If they do that, fucking business. All right. Honestly, guys, I think I can no longer entertain you. I am very tired, and I'm fixing my sleep schedule, and I also want to rest my voice. I'm going to raid someone else, and specifically, it will be Darren's, actually, because I don't often get to do that, because he always, like, you know, streams before me, basically. So, yeah, that's it. It's Darren's with S, is the raid. Get over there and ask him about stuff. Tell him not to talk about cum. And remind him about the operation. Okay, what can I say? That's all I've got for today, guys. I'm going to go take a quick 5-minute nap. No alarm. Before our WoW raid. Someone else might be streaming that, so I'll be there. But honestly, I'm fucking drained. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I will raid Darren's. Follow, subscribe, go on YouTube, watch all the YouTube videos. Buy the game using my referral link. Definitely not anyone else's. You know, the reason I'm raiding Darren's is he doesn't have a referral link, okay? It's no competition, guys. It really is that simple. Okay, I will never raid Boyce ever again. He's ANET partner now. Unlucky, buddy. But anyway, that's it. Thanks for watching, guys. Exclamation GW2. Buy the Ultimate Edition. Links everywhere. Come back and watch. I'll be back tomorrow. And then, of course, on Friday as well. I'll try and stream the WoW. I did want to stream the WoW today, but honestly, I haven't got it in me. It would be boring as fuck. I can barely stay awake right now. So that is not going to be what we're doing today, but I'll try and do it tomorrow, actually, because there is another WoW raid tomorrow. So I'll try and stream that, kind of getting ready for the Race to Worlds first. And, of course, the next season of WoW coming up, actually, next week. So stay tuned for that stuff. Stay out of Darren's. Thanks for watching, guys. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I'll see you next time.